win the game, and win Super Bowl 44. Now, that flashed in my head immediately with Rodgers having the chance to run it in and not doing it. Of course, his was incomplete. But I think these guys, it's so ironic. Their careers are like lining up. So Favre's the guy. Rodgers is drafted. He hates him. Doesn't want to help him. Doesn't want to deal with it. Is moody. Wants to go to Chicago. Wants to go to Minnesota. You know, they trade him to the Jets, but he's bitter about it. Mm-hmm. And then the young guy finally gets his chance, takes off. It's Aaron Rodgers. And Rodgers is the guy, and just out of nowhere, they draft a quarterback. And guess what? He's mad about it. He's upset about it. And yesterday, he intimated he could possibly retire or move on from the Packers. So he's very similar. He's getting far. The way Favre got Aaron Rodgers, I'll use that as an adjective, that's kind of what's happening to him now. He's sort of losing his gig because of a younger guy, and they both have a veteran moment where they could have run and then didn't. So it's, like I said, it's lining up, or maybe I'm just trying to connect dots that aren't there. But I think that was Aaron Rodgers' last moment in the sun, his last chance of, not saying he's not going to put up great stats, but I think that was his last moment in a championship game, regardless if he leaves Green Bay or not.
Really?
I really believe that was his moment. Dude's 37. I understand Tom Brady's 43, but that's the outlier. I mean, most people look at Breeze. Mm-hmm. Breeze was 40 and looked like a shell of himself in this playoff, which was even more devastating that the Bears couldn't take advantage of that in the wild card game.
Well, but he was a shell of himself because he had 3 broken ribs from just a few weeks ago and an assortment of other injuries. Plus, you know, he was an old 43. Rodgers does a much better job of maintaining his body. And now Rodgers has had some significant injuries in his career, but nothing like what Breeze has gone through just recently. And I think that because Rodgers has a lot of control over where he will go, if he is traded in 2021 or 2022, I believe he will manufacture a trade to a team that will be Super Bowl ready. He won't go to the Chicago Bears.
And he won't go to the New York Jets the way Brett Favre.
Correct. He won't follow the money because the money is already there. He's guaranteed, this astronomical amount of money. And so he will go there. Mike Salerno says, will not make a difference. He is the greatest of all time choker.
Man, he really is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, he's got the one championship. As a Bears fan, I'm so envious of that, and I give him all the accolades. He won 3 playoff games on the road. Then they beat Pittsburgh. So I'm not saying he doesn't deserve that championship in 2010, but that was so long ago. He's gotten a coach fired because every time they get to a championship game, they showed his stats yesterday in the Fox broadcast. His statistics aren't even good in championship games. He's gotten his coach fired, and he's always surrounded. There's this narrative again that, the Packers don't put good players around him, and I just don't believe that at all. The Packers have always, in the last 20-plus years, have always had better rosters than we have.
That's debatable. Fans. That's debatable. I'll tell you one thing. They had like almost twice the amount of draft picks in this last draft and only one player on that entire draft haul. Everybody at the end of last year's draft, wow, the Packers made out really good. Only one player saw playing time this year. Jordan Love didn't take a single snap. A bunch of other players they drafted did not take a snap. Only A.J. Dillon, the running back, saw significant playing time, and he did not see he had like 5-6 yards a touch average yards gained, and he only touched the ball like 6 or 7 times. The reason that the Packers lost that game was for a myriad of reasons, but first and foremost, it was Coach Guy Lafleur. These terrible decisions that he's made. And I think the guy is a good coach. compile that kind of record over 2 seasons.
But let's see what kind of coach he is when he doesn't have Rodgers.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a huge thing.
Let's see what he is with Jordan Love. We'll see.
But then you're kind of contradicting yourself there a little bit. You're saying he's probably not going to be a good coach with Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers really isn't that good anyways. What I hear you saying.
I'm not saying he isn't good. I'm saying he isn't that good in championship games. And I think, not to contradict you, but over the years he was throwing the ball to Greg Jennings and Donald Driver and Jordy Nelson and Devontae Adams and even the guys like that they have now, like St. Brown and these other guys. They're still solid. They make good catches for him more often than not. I know there was a couple drops here or there, but for the most part, he's had to use your word there, a myriad of wide receivers that make plays for him. He's had decent tight ends. He's had good backs, even though everyone shit on Lacey because they said he was too fat. But even so, they've had decent running back play too. He's always been on a good offense. It's not like he's always had a good line. It's not like he's played with the teams that Cutler was surrounded with. He hasn't. He's always had. He was never. Devin Hester was not his number one wide receiver. He wasn't throwing the ball to a Rasheed Davis, who used to be a cornerback, or Kellen Davis as your starting tight end. He's had better players. And yet in the championship game, he always finds a way to lose. And I love it. That's my solace. I'm a bitter fuck.
So let me ask you this. If Aaron Rodgers was the Bears quarterback for the last 10 years, how many Super Bowls would the Bears have won?
God, I don't know. I mean, as much as I hate to say it, he would obviously be better than anything we've had, including Cutler. Mm-hmm. And I love Jay, but he's a better player. He is. And I would say at least, I'll just go with, to give you an answer, at least one. At least one, this like he has in Green Bay. I would say we have at least one.
I believe over the last 10 years, well, certainly they're not going to win any during the Phil Emery era. Well, maybe they will. Because
if Rodgers was on that 2018 team that we had with the defense making all those turnovers, that's a Super Bowl.
Wow. People in the chat room are saying zero.
Zero?
Yeah, I can't believe that. Aaron Rodgers, to me, man, I hate to say this because I'm a Bears fan, but this guy is really a good fucking quarterback, man. Now, yes, he has not played tremendously well in championship games, but he played better yesterday than Tom Brady.
Brady threw what, 3 picks?
3 consecutive interceptions. 3 consecutive interceptions when the game is on the fucking line.
You know, the best thing about that yesterday, I was just thinking, not to interrupt you, but what happened to Green Bay at the end of the first half, that normally is what happens to the Bears when we play Green Bay. You know how like it was like 4th down. Oh, well, here comes Brady back on the field. He's just going to throw. Oh, my God, it's a touchdown. That's some shit that Rodgers would do to us. And that, you know, that what made it 28-10 at the time. And that, as we know, was the difference in the game now because the score, the deficit ended up being 5 points.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that Hail Mary at the end, that happened so many times in the 90s when Brett Favre was like, we would be 0-7 and shit and playing them and give up a Hail Mary touchdown at the end of the first half when they had Mike Holmgren as coach. That happened more than one time. So, to see that happen in Green Bay was great. And furthermore, everyone I know that was pulling for the Packers is pissed off about the pass interference at the end, which to me looked like at the very least an illegal contact that was worthy of a flag. At bare minimum, no
absolutely. It was a clear holding call. And people were saying that on that very same play, the right tackle was holding the left end rusher, and that was true. He was choking him, but guess what? There was holding at the line of scrimmage on practically every play, and they were letting them play through. But an obvious holding call where you're holding the guy's jersey and he's got a chance to catch that ball on 3rd down, you can't let that go. That would have been you're talking about an uproar. No
Imagine
way.
If that, I'll just go to the conspiracy theory for just a second and say that it was a bad call. Just for a second, I'll grant it and say it was a bad call. How many times have other teams been victims or victimized by bad calls inexplicably against Green Bay. So to see that happen to them on their field, again, brings me joy.
I hear you, brother.
Oh, my God. I loved it.
And what you probably will love even more is that this is the gateway, I think, for mediocrity for these upcoming Green Bay Packer teams. Even if Rodgers sticks around another season or two, I don't think that they get over this tremendous disappointment. I mean, if I saw that entire Aaron Rodgers post-game conference, I mean, this guy, he looked like he was physically wounded, and he wasn't. It was just mentally wounded. And he hasn't. Adam Hogue wrote a really good column for NBC Sports.com where he talked about Adam has listened to all of Aaron Rodgers' press conferences all season long, and what he heard Aaron say throughout the season is this, the end is coming closer. They didn't draft a quarterback in the first round, because they expect me to be around here forever. The end is getting closer. And what he heard yesterday, and what I heard too, is that he is thinking about either checking out himself or thinking that the Packers will come to him and say, hey, we're ready to start building new here. So how about if we can negotiate a trade for you or have your agent work with other teams? So I have a feeling that this era of the Packers dominating the NFC North is close to the end, if it's not over with yesterday's loss against the Bucs. Yeah,
and we know his statistics. I mean, not verbatim. I can't tell you what it was, something like 40 touchdowns and 5 picks. Those statistics, you're probably not going to get them any better moving forward with Aaron Rodgers, because again, he's going to be 38. So my point is, his trade value is probably as high as it's going to be ever. Based upon this great, I mean, he's got to win the MVP this year, right?
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So he's going to be the reigning MVP. So Green Bay could probably, despite his age, at least 2 first-round picks, at least. Maybe 2 and like a second. So someone will trade for him. I don't know who that would be. For some reason, for a moment, I thought Dallas, and I was like, oh, no, they got Mike McCarthy. So that's not going to happen. But
that's right.
They're not going to trade him within the division. So you can rule out Detroit and Chicago. Right. I would think that's fair. So he's probably going to get shipped to an AFC team, you would think. He's a West Coast guy, so maybe San Francisco would make a play for him.
That's where he wanted to play. He's always felt like the 49ers shunned him when they selected Alex Smith instead of him, and he always held a grudge against the 49ers. Maybe they try to correct that now and have him finish his career there. I mean, Lynch, the general manager for that team, is the type of guy who will pull off a move like that.
I think the Rams, if they got him with the defense they have, would be instant favorites to win the NFC. But they've got Jared Goff's massive contract, and what they're gonna do with that. So I don't think the Rams could make a move for him. The Los Angeles Chargers have a quarterback, the kid Herbert or whatever. So the only California team that could make a play for him would be San Francisco. What are they willing to give up?
Michael Salerno in the chat room says, why not the Bears? Jeremy agrees. No, actually, Jeremy says the Rams, which is actually a good speculation there by Jeremy. But what do you think about Michael Salerno saying, why not the Bears?
Because we just gave up 2 picks to get Khalil Mack, and that hasn't worked out. We gave up 2 first-round picks in the Cutler deal that I like, Jay, but it didn't yield a Super Bowl championship. And we could talk about that for 6 hours. But the point is, I think, and this is just my opinion, those gentlemen in the chat room could be right. In my opinion, I think the Bears need to take advantage of actually having draft capital and building their own team with their own picks and value that first round pick and hit on it. I don't want it. It doesn't have to be something flashy. Draft us the best fucking. We're going to take the best player available. Fuck that. Take the best offensive lineman available, or something that we need specifically. Whether that's someone on defense, whatever, we need to target the positions that we need to improve and not just, well, he's the best running back available. And, don't draft something we don't need. I mean, we need a good number 2, but I think David Montgomery's okay. I could see Pace blowing it by drafting another running back or something that we don't exactly need right now because he would say he's the best player available. But my point is with Rodgers, I don't think Green Bay would trade him to us for anything in this world anyway. We'd have to give up like 4 first-round picks for them to want to play him twice a year. And they've already gone through that with Favre once anyway. So why would they do that? They're not going to do that. Now, I think we might have a chance to get Stafford because, as you know, Stafford over the weekend, they said they're parting ways.
That's right.
And he's still under contract. So I still think, man, you trade Khalil Mack's massive contract for Stafford's massive contract, and Detroit's listening.
Really?
I could be wrong, and that could be a stupid trade. That could be like, oh, Stafford comes to us, gets hurt in week 1, and Mack has 20 sacks. I don't know. It could be a stupid trade. It just seems like it can be viable numbers-wise, is all I'm saying.
I think the Lions are in total rebuild mode. They signed this Dan Campbell guy for a 6-year contract, so they're expecting losses this first 2-3 years.
In his crazy press conference.
Oh, my gosh. He's going to bash people in the head.
Was he at the Capitol on January 6th? I think he was the one with Pelosi, the one with the Viking helmet on and all that shit.
Actually, I think that guy's behind bars, but thank God.
Yeah, some of them aren't getting the let's move on treatment that the president's getting.
Oh, gosh. Hey, we've got about 15, 20 minutes here before we call our guest. And I think a lot of people don't know who our guest is because we haven't teased it at all.
Oh. Can I build him up for a minute then?
Please do.
Now, politics aside, Jeff Pearlman does agree with us being myself and Aldo. So, again, I won't pile too much on politics when Mr. Pearlman comes on. But some of that will be there because he's also written a book about the failures of the USFL. And guess whose fingerprints are all over that one? That would be Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. So he can add to that. He's got a new book out talking about the rise and fall of the Shaq Kobe Lakers. Mm-hmm. And coming up in another hour for me, I'm in Eastern time at midnight. It will be the 1-year anniversary of Kobe's death. So that's something we could talk about. But specifically, why would we want him here? I wanted him here earlier in the season when Gale Sayers died. I reached out to him. Of course, you made it happen, and he's coming on tonight, which I'm so pleased. He wrote a book, I guess it's been about 10 years ago now, called Sweetness about Walter Payton. Mm-hmm. A lot of Bears fans at the time thought it was like just a hatchet job. So, and the guy says he's a Walter fan. Yes. He didn't come into it thinking, well, let me besmirch a gentleman who is beloved and is passed on and can't defend himself. He just tried to tell us some of the oddities and things that went on in Walter's life. For example, right now, if we go to Walter Payton's Wikipedia or to ChicagoBears.com, if they have anything commemorating Walter, on ESPN the day he died, mm-hmm. It said 1954-1999. Walter was born in 53. Walter lied about his age in college, and that somehow became a fact that he was actually a year younger than what he was. And that's crazy to me. How does that never get brought out? So I want to talk about that. When we had Mike North on, I asked him what he thought about Jeff's part of his story about how the 79 Bears, the Oakland Raiders wanted to get rid of Ken Stabler because they had a new coach. Madden was gone, and he and Al Davis weren't seeing eye to eye anymore. Plus, he was embroiled in sort of a scandal because he was friends with a bookie. And, back then they were really sensitive about gambling with the NFL. So it was just bad press. Al wanted to move on. And the 79 Bears, by the way, were 10-6 and lost the wild card game just barely to the Eagles. Mm-hmm. There was a part of his book where he said that Walter particularly was really crestfallen because the Raiders were calling the Bears, hey, take Ken Stabler from us. Please And just imagine, Stabler could still go then. The Bears could have gone to the Super Bowl. The fucking Rams went at 9-7 in Super Bowl 14 that year. Mm-hmm. The Bears could have gone in 79. Mm-hmm. But Mike North said he didn't remember or didn't know that story. Mm-hmm. And of course, Mike is a super informed guy. Oh, yeah. So I really want to talk to Jeff about that. And I've always been fascinated when I read that, and I believed it to be true immediately. Maybe, I think Jeff's going to tell us it's true because he wrote it. So I'd love to hear about that. But specifically, he knows a lot about how Walter felt about Gale Sayers. And he had a little bit of bitterness early on. Gale kind of didn't treat him right because Gale was sort of jealous of him becoming a star because he was the Chicago Bears before Payton. And then he's got the thoughts of Walter when he was zeroing in on Jim Brown's record. And he thought Jim Brown was this bitter old man and how he felt about Franco. And because Franco Harris was right there at the time too, mm-hmm. close to breaking it. So he's got all this insight to what Walter felt and Walter thought. And he talked to Walter's family. Close, you got all the stories like where Walter's dad is tragically arrested in Mississippi because they think he's drunk. He's a black man on the street. He must be drunk. And he's actually having a medical ailment, and he dies in a jail cell. Hmm. And then there's other things like Walter had hepatitis C. Walter had herpes. So all these dark things that were really true, though. So I would love to talk about any and all of this with Jeff, and I hope I haven't well, okay, we've already spoiled it all for everybody.
No, it's a great tease. And I will add to that Jeff, besides being, oh shit, I lost the page I was going to reference here. Let me see if I can call. Oh, no, I know where it is. Jeff, besides being just an excellent writer, I mean, this guy knows how to put words together to just captivate you. You sit down with the book and you just can't put the pages down because you can't put it down because the pages all just flow one after another. He's just an outstanding storyteller. And when he interviews people, he gets so much out of them. He's just an outstanding interviewer. And in almost every book that he's written, now I haven't read them all, but according to some stuff that I've read about his books, he gets these salacious moments about what's going on, the topics that he's covering. For instance, the book that he wrote about the Dallas Cowboys called Boys Will Be Boys, and that it's flush with stories of how nutty Charles Haley was. And I'm sure you guys all remember Charles Haley, the crazy defensive end, who I think he had sack records for a while. He was and was in multiple Super Bowls. He had quite the
San Francisco before even Dallas.
That's right. And so he had, let me read a little of an excerpt here. He had a reputation that started with the penis, a fire hose of an organ that brought Haley more pride than any game-winning tackle. As he grew comfortable in the 49ers locker room, Haley would stroll up to an unsuspecting teammate, whip out his phallus, and repeatedly stroke it in his face. Players initially laughed it off, but Haley refused to stop. He would jerk off in the locker room, in the trainer's room. He'd wrap his hand around his penis, then turn toward a Joe Montana or a John Taylor and bellow, "You know you want to suck this, or you only wish you had this, baby."
Now, look, I love to masturbate, but there's a time and place around a bunch of guys. I don't want to sound homophobic, but that's not where I wanted to pull it out.
I can see that. I mean, I've actually been in locker rooms where guys who have big schlongs were just so proud of it. They're waving it around. Hey, you guys want to take pictures and stuff? So I can see Haley being that kind of a guy. So you feel free to ask him about that and anything
about Charles Haley's dick. Let's talk about it. Maybe he can finally tell us about Batista's dick. That's a wrestling reference. But if anybody knows wrestling, they know that that's an online thing for years. People want to know how big Dave Batista's dick is.
Yeah, I never have, but that's for wrestling fans, I guess. All right, we got about 15 minutes before I call him up on the phone, so I want to talk a little bit about the other game. So you did see the Chiefs and Bills?
Yes, I did. I was rooting, wholeheartedly for Buffalo. I kept thinking in my head, I was writing a story like, their first Super Bowl loss was in Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
They're going back to Tampa to exercise the demon of Scott Norwood missing the field goal in Tampa. And they're going to play a man who's beaten them like 37 out of 40 games in Tom Brady. So they go back to Tampa and they beat Tom Brady, the guy they couldn't beat in the AFC East for 20 years. And they beat it, and they went in not the same stadium, but the same town where they should have beaten the Giants, where they clearly were the better team, and lost. So I thought that this, especially when they got up 9-0, although when they missed the extra point, I said, ooh, that kind of felt like a momentum, I killed the momentum a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really disappointing. For Kansas City fans, again, I have a friend who, like I said, is a loyal Chiefs fan. I know two of them actually that have been Chiefs fans for 30 some years, as long as we were Bear fans, So for them, I'm happy, but I really was rooting for Buffalo, but it got away from them. I don't know.
Jeremy, by the way, referring to the Charles Haley story, Jeremy in the chat room says that he hopes Pearlman doesn't do a Kyle Long book. All right. I gotta sort of change the subject a little bit, but it's still on the Kansas City Chiefs. But prior to the game, I asked this question on Twitter, and the question was, if all these three quarterbacks were 21 years old and entering the draft this year, they're 21 years old and entering the draft this year, which of these three quarterbacks do you draft? Tom Brady, Joe Montana, or Patrick Mahomes? So let me ask you that question before I tell you what the results were of the poll.
Well, no one was right on Tom Brady. Obviously, Brady was a 6th-round pick. So if he was coming out again right now, out of Michigan at this time, you'd have to think that no one would be right on him. So I'm going to say not Brady, because everything we know about Brady in his NFL career we know that out of hindsight.
All right, but let me rephrase it for you. Given what you know now about those three quarterbacks, given what you know about Joe Montana's Hall of Fame career, about Tom Brady's career, and now what you've seen of Patrick Mahomes so far. So you've got the
Mahomes, Brady, or Rodgers, right?
No, I left Rodgers out of it. Brady, Montana, and Mahomes. And the reason I picked those three guys is because most people have regarded Joe Montana as the greatest quarterback ever because he had multiple Super Bowl champions. And now Tom Brady, in the opinion of many, has eclipsed him because of his prolific the amount of appearances in the Super Bowl. But now Patrick Mahomes is starting to gather steam as, wow, this guy could be the greatest guy ever to play that position. So that's why I selected those three names. So
I would take Joe Montana.
Joe Montana. Interesting.
Because I don't know if Mahomes, like let's say the Mahomes have been drafted by Pace. The Bears have been so incompetent that I have no confidence that Patrick Mahomes would be Patrick Mahomes if he were with the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, Tom Brady, I don't want to take away because, again, he is going to his 10th Super Bowl. There are a lot of shenanigans, whether that's Spygate, Deflategate, stealing playbooks, calls going his way, like Charles Woodson hitting him in the snow and creating a fumble that he said, quote, I was pissed off because I lost the game. And then suddenly they get the ball back inexplicably because of a play called the Tuck Rule, which no one had ever heard of, was suddenly enacted. So he's had a lot of things go his way to help him along. But if he wins and gives a big middle finger to Belichick, like, I've won with another team, couldn't even practice in the spring or the summer because of COVID, and I'll go straight to another team and win another championship, and you won 6 games.
Yeah.
So I don't want to shit on Brady, but I would take Joe Montana. So what about the poll then?
All right. Well, a lot of people agree with you in the chat room, but the official poll results with 465 votes, I only had the poll open for an hour, and the results were Joe Montana, 10%, Patrick Mahomes, 35.5%, and Tom Brady, 53%.
Well, maybe a lot of those people didn't see Montana enough, but even so, if that's the case, if everyone that did vote on this voted for Brady in spite having seen Joe Montana, I can't really say they're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So
no,
it's a good
not.
question. But again, you could also include in that echelon, if you were going to make it even larger, the poll.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I hate him, Peyton Manning could be in that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly John Elway.
Yeah, well, Elway had 2 Super Bowls, right? How many did Montana have again?
Montana had 4.
4. So,
but to keep in mind, Elway went to 5 though, and was on considerably weaker teams, and was the guy.
Oh yeah,
on all of those teams. So he went to 5, and won 2 of them. He was such a great player for such a long time, though. He could run the ball, he could throw the ball, he was clutch. Ooh, he was solid. Like I've told you before, he's my favorite non-Bears quarterback, easily.
Michael Salerno says, no way on Manning. And I would agree with that. Now, not that I disrespect Manning. He's a great quarterback, but I don't think he belongs in this discussion here. Iowa Tooch, also known as Johnny Santucci, the Tooch has a great tidbit here. He's actually, Tooch is working on a publication, I believe. So he's got all these great facts, working on a publication for the Super Bowl. And he writes here, on February 7th, Tom Brady will have played in 50% of the last 20 Super Bowls. That's just mind-blowing.
Right.
Holy cow. That's just...
Look, I don't want to can we go back just a moment?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Peyton Manning at all. In fact, I just better because he beat us in Super Bowl 41.
Mm-hmm.
But come on, man. He's got the statistics. He's got the championships. He went to 3 Super Bowls and won 2 of them. Went to 4 and won 2 of them because he went with 2 with Denver. He's got all the statistics. I can't imagine why Manning wouldn't be on that list. I don't like him, but I'm just trying to be objective. Maybe Brett Favre is on that list too. And certainly Rodgers.
No, I was just the thinking behind that poll was I wanted to pick the quarterbacks who have won the most Super Bowls, because I believe.
Well, where's Terry Bradshaw then?
Well, yeah, he should have been on that list. There's no doubt about it, because he's got 4 rings, right?
4, yeah, he's got 4, exactly.
Yeah, he should have definitely been on that list. My thinking is that Patrick Mahomes is going to eclipse all these guys. I really, really believe in my heart that Patrick Mahomes is just a very, very special athlete, a very special quarterback, incredible arm, incredible. Somebody, Emery Hunt on Twitter yesterday, how did he put it? He's got the peripheral vision of one of those hammerhead sharks. You know, they got one eye way over here and one eye over here. He just can see the field so well. And he's just so creative. Now, yeah, he's got these fabulous weapons to work with. Kelsey and Hill are just Tyreek Hill. That's incredible. So he's going to
don't sleep on Watkins. If Watkins plays in the Super Bowl,
Absolutely.
Sammy Watkins is good. And hell, Le'Veon Bell didn't even play yesterday.
Mm-hmm. That's right. He did not. By the way, I gotta give you kudos. But you wanted Leonard Fournette for the Chicago Bears when he became available.
Oh, did you see that spin move?
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. Dan was just like saying, although we have to get Leonard Fournette. He's available. We got to bring him in. And I was like, first of all, we don't need him. Second of all, he's a troublemaker. Third of all, no. And he's proven me wrong. Fournette, not that I doubted Fournette's ability, but the guy can play. He can still play. And under what somebody in the chat room said, they would have picked Tom Brady out of that poll because of his leadership skills. And that is something you just cannot deny. It was the factor one. I'll take Tom Brady. He's more of a leader than any of those. And that is true. He's probably the best leader of all quarterbacks anytime, maybe even going back to the ages of, Johnny Unitas and those guys.
Well, I can say to Bill O'Reilly there, the factor. Had Brady lost yesterday, I bet he wouldn't even have shaken Aaron Rodgers' hand.
Yeah, but that's different. That's sportsmanship.
Well, I don't know, but is he a good leader though? He refused to shake Peyton Manning's hand when he lost the AFC title game to him in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
He did that numerous times this season. He stiffed Nick Foles, for example. But when he beat the Chargers, they had a fucking line at midfield wanting the Chargers to come and suck his dick, basically. So at least Rodgers went up to him and told him, wished him well or whatever at midfield. I'm not saying that he's not a good leader, but to me, he's a sore fucking loser, though. And you remember the shit his wife did after the Giants beat him again in the elevator and all that shit. So I don't know. Is he a good leader? He's a fucking asshole, I think. But again, I supported Cutler, and everybody said he was an asshole. By the way, Jay's back with Kristen, it looks like.
Yeah, what's that all about? Do you have the inside dope on that? You've been talking to anybody that knows?
Not hardly, but I wonder if Jay still has Big Blue, the chicken that he was worried about there for a while.
That's right. I forgot about that.
The rooster, whatever he is. I don't know farm animal.
Well, I think it's time to get our guest on the phone, Jeff Pearlman. Let me see if I can play a little music here in the background. How's that? Well, I hit add. Let's see if he picks up. This is going to be fun. You love masturbating.
I hope he doesn't hear that.
Hello.
Hey, Jeff Pearlman. It is Aldo Gandia and Dan Aguirre. Welcome to the Barroom Network. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. Jeff, thanks so much for taking some time out of your busy schedule. I know you got tons of stuff going on, but we've desperately wanted to talk to you. Dan and I are huge fans of your work. Nobody more so, I think, than Dan Aguirre, who, since I told him that you were going to come on to the show, has been behaving like a high school girl who has tickets to a Jonas Brothers concert or something like that. So,
first of all, my two thoughts on that. Number one, I have a high school girl who has no interest in going to a Jonas concert.
Oh.
And more to the point, I know you're busy, and I am busy and I have a lot of work, but today's schedule included going to Target and walking my dog 4 times. So I was able to squeeze it in.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And I know you get tons of requests and you've got, so many things going on, but for you to carve out a little time for us is greatly appreciated. What I want to do is I'm going to turn it over to Dan. He's going to bug you with tons of questions, various topics and so forth. And then I'm going to interject once in a while, but I'd love for the two of you guys to discuss it. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this interview.
Okay.
Mr. Pearlman, it's an honor to be talking with you. Not
Thank
placating you. I loved your Sweetness book. You're a great follow on Twitter. Politically, we line up. So just to go ahead and throw that jab in.
Yeah.
We definitely want to talk about the USFL book too, but mainly I wanted to talk to you about the Sweetness book. It was somewhat relevant because Gale Sayers passed earlier this season. So I wanted to touch on what you were saying. Now, I can't quote your book now because I read it several years ago, but the Walter relationship with Gale, I want to talk about that. But two things I wanted to know more than anything, right off the top. Your book talked about how Walter Payton was really born in 1953 and not 1954. How come that isn't something that, like, if you go to his Wikipedia, the day he died on ESPN, Chris Berman, the greatest Chicago Bear of all time, died to 1954, 1999. How has that been allowed to be a narrative all these years? And I remember you said it was something about the Heisman Trophy was why he was saying that he was younger than what he was. Can you tell us, and how is that story? Like, if you go to his Wikipedia right now, it still says he was born in 54. How? Why?
I guess the people on Wikipedia didn't read my book. I don't know. It's funny. I have noticed that a couple of times, and it's incorrect. It's factually incorrect. I don't really know why. That was actually a really interesting nugget to learn about him, because he was just like kind of a secretive and guarded guy, and wonderful in many ways. But he wasn't one. He had his secrets and he had his little things, and. Yeah, he when he was at Jackson State, the Jackson State, obviously, it wasn't a major program. It was an historically black college, and they didn't play any marquee names. And Jackson State really wanted to build up this Heisman Trophy campaign for him. This is when Archie Griffin was about to win his second straight at Ohio State. And they decided to make him a year younger, which is super weird. They thought it would be more appealing if he looked like he was younger, I guess more of an upstart. And it was really weird, and he agreed to it. So starting in college, his birth year changed. It was 1 year off starting in college. And for the rest of his career and life, to most people, he was always known to be younger than he actually was.
That's so crazy. If I could segue off of that, not to go too quickly, but I don't know how much time we have you. Something else I've been dying to. We had Mike North on here, who was, in the Chicago market for 20 years plus, and he said, "Oh, I didn't know about that." And I referenced your book. So the 79 Bears are 10-6 and had a viable chance at the Super Bowl that year. If you say, come on, they lost a wild card game to Philly, but the fucking – sorry, Jeff. I don't know if you want me to cuss. I apologize.
That's okay.
The Rams went to the Super Bowl and were 9-7 that year. So it is plausible if the Bears would have acquired Ken Stabler, which your book said there was a deal. Oakland was trying to trade him to the Bears, and Walter was upset when that trade didn't go through. And instead we traded for Mike Phipps. Can you talk about that? Because no one else seems to know that story, which I've always championed your book. Like, oh no, it's a fact. It's out there. The Bears could have had Ken Stabler, and he could still play in 79. We're not talking about Ken Stabler in 83 with the Saints. I mean, he still had miles to go. But let me shut up and listen to you.
Well, I just want to say two things. Number one, you said it's been a few years since you read the book. It's also been a few years since I wrote the book. So if I don't remember everything, you cannot, don't fault me.
Well, of course, of course.
Yeah. I would say, all right, so at that point, Stabler was on the market, and the Bears at that point, they had this really weird philosophy that really didn't change until they drafted Jim McMahon, which is they weren't going to use a lot on a quarterback because Chicago was the conditions of Chicago were not good for passing. And if we waste on a quarterback, we're just going to get whoever it is, and he's going to get ruined here because he's not going to be able to throw into the wind and the temperatures. And we're going to build around the run. And that's what we're going to be. And we're going to build via the offensive line, via the backfield. And we're not going to, if you look at their wide receiver corps from those years, pre-Willie Gault, pre-Dennis McKinnon, I mean, they had Freddie Scott, but they were thin. They were really thin. So they had a chance. First, they had a chance to trade for Stabler. I think the Raiders wanted a first-round pick. The Bears were unwilling to surrender. And then they also passed on drafting Joe Montana multiple times.
Yeah.
And one of their scouts was begging them to take him. And they were like, no. So they could have had Montana. They could have had Ken Stabler. Instead, you had a lot of Bob Avellini, Vince Evans, Mike Phipps, and Walter Payton. You look back at their offenses, it was really basic and really obvious. It was two wide receivers, a tight end, a fullback, a halfback. Give it to Walter Payton 35 times a game. Give it to Roland Harper 5 times a game. Throw 15 times a game. And try to keep a closer defense.
It kind of sounds like Lovie Smith ball. Now you put it that way.
Yeah.
Why am I a fan of this team again? I don't know. But
well, I grew up a Jets fan, so I'm not going to hear any whining from a Chicago Bears fan. I grew up a Jets fan, and in my
were you a Richard Todd guy?
No, he's a Ken O'Brien guy. I saw that in his bio.
Ken O'Brien is underrated. Ken O'Brien's underrated. During the first couple of years, 83, 4, 5, 6, somewhere through there, O'Brien was putting up really solid statistics.
Sure.
Ken O'Brien was a very, very good. The only reason people don't talk about Ken O'Brien is most flat in terms of drafted ahead of Marino, and he was no Marino, but he was a very good NFL quarterback.
I agree with that, and he had a game against Marino in week 3 of like 86, where there was like 51 to 48 or something, just an incredible game.
Wesley Walker lit it up.
Yeah, in overtime. So. But transitioning, you were talking about the Bears back to running the ball. So I think that was, if you recall, I don't want to put you, I'm not trying to give you a test here. Going back to your book, I don't remember exactly what you said in it, but you had vivid details about Walter, like when he's closing in on Jim Brown in early 84. And at that time, of course, Franco Harris was with the Seahawks, but he was still kind of close statistically as well and could have done it as well. So you had the opinions of what were Walter's thoughts about Jim Brown. I think you said that he viewed Brown as a bitter old man because he kept talking about wanting to come back with the Raiders. and his views on Franco and the record. Could you expand on some of that?
I think a few things. Number one, he definitely, but Jim Brown wasn't always malicious about it until the end. I mean, Jim Brown was, you just said the word bitter. He was, there was an appearance on the Phil Donahue show, to date everyone here. And it was Jim Brown, Franco Harris, Walter Payton. And this was as the two of them were approaching Brown's record. And Brown couldn't have been a bigger asshole, especially to Franco Harris. He was just very critical of him. The interesting thing is he was very critical of Franco Harris for running out of bounds instead of taking hits. And I feel like now that what we know about CTE, you can make the argument Franco Harris was way ahead of his time and very smart. I really mean that though. Like, he was wise. Why should you get your ass kicked for an extra yard when you're going to have to live another 50 years after your NFL career is over? It just doesn't make sense. And, Walter Payton had nothing against Franco Harris at all. Literally nothing. They were friendly and they had a good relationship. And he was really turned off by the way Brown was. And there was a cover. Brown appeared on the cover of Sports Illustrated in a Raiders uniform, talking about making a comeback at 40, whatever it was, 45, or however old he was. And I just don't think Walter Payton liked it. And the other thing about that record is, that I really like, is he broke the record at Soldier Field against the Saints. And all the reporters come on the field. They have this moment, and he's yelling at the reporters, "Get off the field, get off the field." But the truth of the matter is, he liked the attention. He was kind of acting like he didn't want the attention, but he 100% did, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that was kind of him too. He was there's a lot of weird in Walter Payton. Weird, not in a terrible way, but weird in an unusual way. It was very important to him to present a certain image. But it wasn't always the reality of the situation. And that was one of them. He's like, "Get off the field, get off the field." But if he wasn't getting the attention, he'd be very upset over not getting the attention. And that record meant so much to him. So much to him. It was kind of the be-all, end-all for Walter Payton in 1984, was getting that record. He did.
Hey, fun fact, Jeff, do you remember who the Saints quarterback was that day?
I believe was it Dave Wilson? Oh, was it Stabler? Stabler.
No. Stabler's gone, but he's a former New York Jet. It's Richard Todd.
Oh, it was Todd. Richard Todd was the start of that thing.
Yeah.
Funny.
I wanted to address something else. Well, let me ask you, before you're talking about the sort of clandestine life that Walter had. I want to put a pin in that and come back to that just real quickly. But first, since we were talking about the dichotomy between himself and Jim Brown and Franco Harris, I would like to ask you to talk about Gale Sayers in that regard, since Gale just passed away. He had a sort of a tension with Gale Sayers there for a while too. Was that correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was terrible, but again, I think it's funny. I'm writing a book right now about Bo Jackson, and I think there's something very interesting about the athlete, the brilliant top level athlete whose career is shortened due to injury or some circumstance. And right when he's at the top and right where he's peaking, it ends. And that happened with Bo Jackson, and that happened with Gale Sayers. And I think Walter Payton comes along and he's quote unquote the new Gale Sayers and better than Gale Sayers. And he's suddenly the Bears all-time leading rusher over Gale Sayers. I think Sayers really struggled with that, and I think these guys don't think they're going to. When they retire, I'll move on and I'm ready and I'll be okay and I have my family and I have my health. And then you move on and it's very hard to move on. But I don't think Walter Payton ever felt that Gale Sayers was being particularly gracious to him. And I think Gale Sayers really had trouble with the idea of someone coming along and breaking his record. Now, that got better over time and they ended up having a nice relationship. But I think as it was going on early on, it was kind of tough for both of them.
Dan, let me interject real quickly, because it's also very similar to that whole Jim McMahon and Doug Flutie situation. I mean, McMahon behaved like a speaking of teenage girls, like a preteen girl, jealous of Flutie's arrival. And there's this one part in the book Sweetness that I went back and looked for and found. I'm going to read from it. When Flutie entered the locker room for the first time, he felt the Lake Michigan chill. McMahon ignored him, as did most of the players. I was unwanted, Flutie said, and I knew it. Then Flutie was spotted by Payton. With the entire team watching, he walked up to the new quarterback, extended his hand, and said, "I'm Walter Payton, glad to have you here." He directed Flutie to the entrance of the locker room, where a crude sign made from copy paper and magic marker hung from the door. "No players under 5'8" allowed," it read. Payton grinned sheepishly. The handwriting was his. I love that little remembrance of that because it captures Walter's personality so perfect. I mean, he's the guy, he was the kidder in practice, but he had a big ego. He kind of could work both ways of the street a little bit. Do you recall that part of the book, Jeff?
Of course. And I also think, I actually don't think McMahon's reaction to Flutie was the same as Gale Sayers and his treatment of Payton, because I think McMahon was just being mean. I think it was mean. Mm-hmm. It was just cruel. It wasn't Doug Flutie's fault that the Bears acquired him. He didn't do anything wrong. He was a nice guy. It was just mean. And Walter Payton, from the time he was in high school in Columbia, Mississippi, and he was in the first class to desegregate the local high school, he really was a guy who tried to bring people together and a guy who really showed legitimate empathy to people. And he wasn't just a superstar who kept himself separate from the other players. He wasn't just a guy who thought he was better than everyone else. And that, his relationship with Flutie, I mean, it was brief, but the way he treated Flutie is very emblematic of who he was in a lot of ways.
Just to be fair, though, Neil Anderson felt that Walter was an asshole to him. When Neil came in and was drafted in '86 and thought that Walter was kind of like, this is the kid coming to take my job. And he always thought that Walter was an asshole to him.
True. I will say this, two things. Number one, Neil Anderson actually, it's kind of funny. Neil Anderson arriving in Chicago reminds me of Aaron Rodgers arriving in Green Bay, where he comes in and he kind of has a swagger to him and he doesn't completely read the temperature of the room accurately and he thinks he's the shit. And the way that rubbed Brett Favre and a lot of the Packers wrong in Green Bay, that rubbed Walter Payton and a lot of the Bears wrong in Chicago. The other thing I will say is I've never been a fan of this idea that when a team drafts your replacement, you should go out of your way to teach them how to be your replacement. Like you, Walter Payton, you're fighting for a job. This is how you feed your family. This is how you make your money. This is what you do out of your love. When a new player comes along, you have to be a jerk to him. But I don't think Brett Favre owed it to Aaron Rodgers to tutor him. Like you want to hold on to your job. So I just think it's funny when we assume that superstars are going to help their replacements replace them. And Walter Payton definitely didn't go out of his way to help Neil Anderson, but he wasn't a bully to him. He wasn't doing the things that Jim McMahon did to Doug Flutie.
But the last thing I'll say, because I certainly don't want to contradict you, and I'm so glad you're here. McMahon has said, and I am a Jim McMahon defender, McMahon has said a plethora of times and he said he and Doug are on good terms now. He said part of that was his defense of Mike Tomczak or Steve Fuller, that he just wanted to back the guys that were on the team that he felt that deserved an opportunity. And Mike suddenly Ditka's taking Doug Flutie home for Thanksgiving. And so they just thought, who is this guy? He's the guy through the Hail Mary, but why should he be starting right now? So I
don't disagree. I like McMahon a lot. I mean, I think McMahon was great. I have no beef with him at all. I just I think he's directing his anger toward the wrong person. That's not Doug Flutie's fault. That's Mike Ditka's fault.
Touché.
That's how I think. I just think Doug Flutie's a 23-year-old kid coming out of the USFL who shows up in Chicago, and Mike Ditka takes a liking to him. What is Doug Flutie supposed to do in that circumstance?
That's true. Most of the 85 Bears think now that if Flutie didn't play against Washington, they probably would have won. But I wanted to touch on something else while you're here, and this is controversial and was in your book. And part of the reason, again, I praised the book, not that that I don't think you were trying to dig up smut, and I'm not want to speak for you, but I don't think you had malice. You're just reporting the things that you find. I meant, if you're willing to talk about this, I remember you saying in the book that it kind of going along with Walter having a side, a different side to him, almost duplicitous in the way he presents himself, that he had, and this could be any of us, so I'm not trying to say that it means he was a bad person, but he had herpes and he had hepatitis C, and these things could have affected to his early demise. But is there any way you could talk about that part of it and how you found that out, or do you recall?
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you write a book, a biography, I guess you have two choices when you do this kind of job. You can write a love letter to an athlete, right? You could write the great Walter Payton book where all you do is praise him. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with football fans just reading an amazing love letter to their hero. But I kind of view it as in the same way you're writing a biography of whoever, Ronald Reagan or Barack Obama or Marilyn Monroe or whoever. Like, you're writing a biography. It's for history's sake. And this is sports history, and Walter Payton is a transcendent figure in sports. You just want to write the accurate story of who this person was, good, bad, middle. And the herpes thing, actually, it's funny you bring that up. It's my one regret from that book, because I found it out in a medical report, and it really had nothing to do with anything. It was just kind of embarrassing. And I don't know why I put that in there. I mean, it's true. I don't know why I put it in there, because it didn't really add anything. I think the things that were more interesting to me or more telling is, he gives his Hall of Fame introduction speech, and his wife is in row 1 and his girlfriend is in row 3.
Oh, yeah.
And the whole time he's at the Hall of Fame, that whole week, he's just freaking out that his wife and girlfriend are somehow going to intersect, which they wound up doing. Or Walter Payton had a child out of wedlock who he took financial care of but never met, not one time. His name's Devin, had nothing to do with him at all. Walter Payton was a good dad in spurts, but he was not a great dad. He was not an overly present dad. And also, when I was working on that book, it was at the very, 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 very beginning of CTE as something that we knew was being studied. And I didn't know enough about CTE when I was working on the book to sort of comment on it or, write about it. But gun to my head, I'm sure he suffered some of it. At the end of his career, he was really damaged. At the end of his life, he was really damaged. He was very depressed. He was threatening suicide. He was super down, super up. He was just all over the place. And I find that Walter Payton at the end of his life, not at the very end, but those last few years, to be a really sad figure and kind of a heartbreaking figure.
Do you think? Can I ask you one more question?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Do you think, and this is just your opinion, Jeff, of course it's not saying it's going to be fact, but just your opinion. Mm-hmm. Do you think if he would have been awarded ownership of a team, because I think it was the St. Louis team that he was trying to.
St. Louis, yeah.
Yeah, the Stallions. He wanted them to be the Stallions, and I think they ended up going to Jacksonville or Carolina, whichever. How would Walter's life been differently, minus the sickness, but with his happiness? Would you think Walter would have been happy? Like, could he have sustained happiness had he gotten ownership of that team?
So I think one thing that happens a lot to athletes, you see it a million times, and it's not an exaggeration. Your career ends, and suddenly you're not this god anymore. It's a story that's been told time and time again. And it's really true. You're not this god anymore, and you're not signing autographs everywhere, and you're not performing in front of 50,000 screaming fans, and you're not getting your meals for free, and you're not in this great shape anymore. You start putting on pounds and blah, blah, blah. And besides like the physical and oftentimes the mental, but a lot of these guys miss is a purpose. You just don't have a purpose anymore. Your purpose for years was very defined and very regimented, and suddenly you don't have one. And owning an NFL team and being the first minority owner in the NFL was Walter Payton's new purpose. That is what he was into. That's what he wanted to do. He put everything he had into being the owner of the St. Louis franchise, and they were the front runner to get it. And through no fault of his own, they blew it. The group blew it. There's a lot of greed and infighting and backstabbing, and the two teams wound up being Carolina and Jacksonville. I talked to Matt Suey a lot about it, who's the executor of his estate. And, he said bluntly, it freaking destroyed him and just destroyed him. So, yeah, it doesn't keep you from getting sick. But I think those really dark years after he retired, they were supposed to be filled with him owning an NFL franchise, and they weren't.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to your CTE story and Jim Brown kidding with Franco Harris. I worked on a project with Dave Durison, and he was, of course, the safety for the Chicago Bears, the 85 Bears and on. And he was also critical of Franco Harris too, saying the first time I hit him, he ran out of bounds, and I kept wanting to try to hit him. And finally, when I got to hit him, he was so spongy and just couldn't take a hit. And then I was so shocked. And irony of ironies, poor Dave, who I kept a friendship with over the years, his demise from CTE. So that's a tragic story, and one we've heard way too many. I want to change the conversation now to the USFL book that you've written, and then we'll finish our discussion with the latest book that you have out. But the USFL book, Football for a Buck: The Crazy Rise and Crazier Demise of the USFL. I remember reading somewhere that you had this idea for the USFL book, and somebody told you, who wants to read about the USFL? but it got made. Tell us that story.
My agent said that.
Oh, really?
And I have a great agent, but he was like, he said, quote, nobody wants a fucking USFL book. I was like, quote.
Well, they were wrong. He was wrong.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in it because I haven't read this book. So I do want, and I want to, because the political components of it, me being a leftist and all that. But the USFL, see, I was born in 1980. So I missed the USFL. But I always had like the cards, like the trading cards. And I knew so many guys, whether it be Jim Kelly or Steve Young or Herschel Walker, they went to the USFL. So they had Ricky Sanders. They had star players there. So if you could tell somebody like me, who was a little bit too young to watch it, how did Donald Trump fuck this up?
All right, first I want to say this was the most fun I've ever had writing a book by far. And I love this project. Like, I love this because in large part, number one, I love the USFL as a kid. I was born in 72. So USFL came along in 83, and I'm just blown away by the helmets and the new names, and they signed Herschel Walker, and then there's Jim Kelly, and the teams are like the Houston Gamblers and the New Jersey Generals and the San Antonio Gunslingers. And it just was like, it was my little fantasy as a kid. I just loved everything about the USFL. And Donald Trump, so there's a team, the New Jersey Generals. The first season was 1983. It was a very good first season. They had a TV deal with ESPN and ABC. They were drawing marquee players. They just signed a second straight Heisman Trophy winner. They had Herschel Walker in the first season, then Mike Rozier. And Donald Trump, the New York team, the owner wanted to sell because he wasn't from New York, and Donald Trump buys it. And as soon as he buys the Generals, it was a spring league. That was the thing. It was a spring league. They weren't going to go head-to-head with the NFL. His whole goal is to merge with the NFL and get himself a team. Like, that's the only reason he's doing this, to get himself an NFL team. And the NFL is not happy the USFL exists. They're stealing players. They're stealing draft picks. It's not good. And one day, Donald Trump calls Pete Rozelle, who's then the NFL commissioner, and asks if they'll meet. And he agrees. And Donald Trump pays for a suite at the Pierre Hotel in New York City. And he says to Rozelle, in a private meeting that 3 people attended, he said, basically, I don't give a shit about this league. I want an NFL franchise. If you can get me an NFL franchise in Manhattan, I'll help kill the USFL. And Rozelle said to him, as long as I'm involved in this league, as long as my heirs are involved in this league, you will never own a team. Because he saw Trump for what he was. He was a slimeball, huckster, con man. He didn't want him to touch it at all. And when Trump got rejected, he was going to do the next best thing. He was going to fight to have the USFL move to fall, go head-to-head with the NFL, handcuff the NFL into having to merge a bunch of teams and get an NFL franchise that way. It sounds really villainous in a cartoonish way, but it's actually true. It's so freaking crazy. And, they ended up, Trump convinced the other owners to move to fall against their own interests. It's the craziest thing ever, but he's really good at that. And they end up suing the NFL. That's another part of the Trump plan. We're going to sue, because he sues everybody. That's his thing. He sues everybody. We're going to sue the NFL, antitrust violations for TV, and we're going to sue them. And they end up having this big lawsuit. And the USFL's star witness, as chosen by Donald Trump, is Donald Trump. He's a complete disaster. And the NFL, the funny thing is, the USFL wins the case. The jurors basically decide the NFL has a monopoly on fall TV. And that's wrong, and they're guilty of having a monopoly. But the USFL is such a bunch of fuck-ups that they don't really deserve to win this. They don't deserve any money from this case. So they end up awarding the USFL the bare minimum, which is $1, tripled to $3. So that was what the USFL won, $1. And they were dissolved, and Donald Trump never came close to getting an NFL team. Wow. It's infuriating. It's actually infuriating. All those jobs, all those guys. The USFL, you had Jim Kellys and Herschel Walkers, but what you really had a lot of were guys who were just not good enough to get into the NFL. Like, you had a lot of guys from Delaware and Pittsburgh State and Youngstown, like a lot of those guys living out their dreams. And the worst thing is Donald Trump kills this league. Years later, Mike Tolan does a 30 for 30 on it on ESPN. And Trump dismisses the whole thing as small potatoes. And all these guys, hundreds of people whose jobs, who are living their dreams in the NFL, to them it was anything but.
I wonder, did any of those guys get to be replacement players in '87 that you know of?
No, a ton of them. Ton. It's actually funny. First of all, a bunch of those guys, there are 4 USFL guys in the NFL Hall of Fame. Herschel, Jim Kelly, Reggie White, and Gary Zimmerman. And a fifth is on the ballot this year, Sam Mills. The USFL, the 2-point conversion is straight out of the USFL. The coaches' challenge is straight out of the USFL. The run and shoot offense was straight out of the USFL. A ton of coaches came from the USFL. Not the Bears coach, the Broncos coach now. What's his name? Vic Fangio.
Yeah. Vic Fangio.
Yeah, USFL coach. Yeah, USFL coach. Philadelphia Stars, coordinator. John Fox was a USFL coach. Just tons of guys from the USFL had a major impact on the NFL.
Let's talk about Three Ring Circus, your latest book. Three Ring Circus, Shaq, Kobe, Phil, and the crazy years of the Lakers Dynasty. And as we're recording this, Dan is out in the East Coast, so it's almost midnight, which would make it the anniversary of Kobe's passing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that an inspiration for writing this book, or were you done with this book when Kobe passed away?
No, I was done. It was I was actually, so it was a year ago, I was sitting in the Corner Bakery Cafe in Irvine, California, and I was done with the book. It was going through edits, all that stuff, whatever. And I get a text from a friend of mine named Amy Bass, and it said, reports Kobe died in crash or something. I was like, holy shit, what? And didn't believe it. And then it turned out to be true, obviously. Crushing and heartbreaking, and the absolute worst. And what I ended up doing, the book is not overly complimentary to Kobe Bryant. It covers 96 to 04 when he was young and really immature. And I ended up writing a new prologue. It was the only thing they let me add to the beginning of the book. And I just wrote a prologue explaining how the Kobe Bryant who died at age 41 was not the same kid who was kind of a jackass early on in his career, that this was a dad and a father, dad and a husband and just a decent human being who had been fully formed. And it still sucks. It's still really freaking sad.
So do you think, again, I haven't read this book. I plan on it. The three, they lost in 04. They would have gone, 4 straight championships. They lost to Detroit. But
it would have been 4 straight, or 3 out of 4 years.
Oh, yeah, because 03.
I mean, 4 out of 5 years, excuse me. Yeah.
No, but you're right, though. San Antonio beat New Jersey in 03. I should have remembered that.
Right.
But you're correct. So the villain of this breakup is Kobe? Because I always kind of thought Shaq was sort of an asshole too, and was jealous of the fact that Kobe was a star, budding. So it was all on Kobe, you think?
No, I can't say all, but I would say if you're going to pick a guy. So basically, 03-04 is a crazy year. It's one of the crazy. You could write a book just about the 03-04 Lakers. You basically have an 03-04. They bring in, so they're coming off of a playoff disappointment, in 03, and they know they need to recalibrate. They signed Karl Malone and Gary Payton, so they bring in this whole idea of, it's the early sort of forming of a dream team kind of thing. Kobe Bryant is accused of raping a woman in Eagle, Colorado. So you have that ongoing trial and ordeal. He's flying in and out. Shaq wants a contract extension, and during a preseason game that year, literally yells at Jerry Buss from the court, "Pay me, pay me." Phil Jackson's contract renegotiations come to a halt. There's just a lot going on. And, oh, by the way, Kobe Bryant's about to be a free agent. And Jerry Buss, Kobe Bryant was not going to come back if Shaq came back. He made it very clear. I'm not playing with that guy again. He literally said to a teammate, Kareem Rush, at the end of the season, I'm not playing with that motherfucker again. And he didn't want to play for Phil Jackson anymore. And Jerry Buss really had a decision to make, which is, I have Shaq, who's really starting to put on some pounds, and he doesn't take that big of a, he doesn't make conditioning a priority in his life. And I have a coach who's starting to, maybe the players are starting to tune out. I could bring those two guys back, or I can bring back my transcendent 27-year-old super duper star who we've nurtured from the time he was 18. So he chose Kobe Bryant, which is probably the decision move, because Kobe Bryant was 1 foot out the door signing with the Clippers, and the idea of Kobe Bryant playing in the same building for the different team, it was unbearable.
What do you think was the catalyst between, or the friction between Shaq and Kobe? Like, was it just, I want to be the star versus you? I mean, is it that simplistic, or is there something deeper that we're not aware of?
I mean, I think I've always thought the biggest thing is, they both arrived in '96, Shaq from Orlando, Kobe in the draft, or draft day trade. And Shaq really wanted this big brother, little brother relationship, Batman, Robin. And Kobe Bryant just wasn't that guy. That's not a criticism of Kobe. He just wasn't that guy. He didn't want that. He's his own man. I'm going to score, blah, blah, blah. This is about me. It's not about, and I just think you would think, because Kobe was the 18-year-old rookie and Shaq had been in the league, you would think Shaq would be the strong guy and Kobe would be the weak guy, but it was kind of the opposite. Like, Kobe just had this shield around him and nothing could impact him. He shot the 4 air balls against Utah in the playoffs that year. You would think that would ruin a player. I mean, it kind of ruined Nick Anderson with the Magic
right
a few years earlier. And Kobe was bulletproof, man. It just didn't have any impact. And Shaq, on the other hand, he felt kind of rejected by Kobe Bryant. And I want to be your big brother and your mentor, and you have no interest. You're rejecting me. What the hell is that about? So I just think that's where it really started. And over time, it became this stupid battle of who's the alpha and who gets the ball at crunch time and why won't Kobe pass more and blah, 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 blah. And it just became a really juvenile battle of egos.
I remember that maybe this is past your book. I don't know if you cut off at the 2004 finals then when they lost to the Pistons. Yeah. They brought in Rudy Tomjanovich as the coach for like 10 days or something and then forced Rudy out. What happened there?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Well, I talked to Rudy. He actually had health problems. That was the main issue. It wasn't like he was forced out. He came back. He had, I think it was a cancer scare. Came back kind of against his better judgment because it was an opportunity to coach the Lakers and just wasn't healthy and quit. So they didn't force him out. He actually had to leave.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry.
Jeff,
No. I'm glad you cleared that up for me.
Jeff, I buy a lot of books on Amazon, and one of the things that I do, like so many other people, is I look at the custom reviews, and this book has just got so many fantastic reviews. People who have purchased this book, 81% give it 5 stars, 14% give it 4 stars. It's rare where you find a book where 95% of the people who've read the book love it. And then those few, like, you don't have any people who give it 1 star. You got 3 or 4 people who have given it 2 stars. And those people are saying, well-written book, but what a hit job on Kobe. Well, like you said, this was written well after or well before Kobe's unfortunate demise. Do you want to tell those people anything now that you're got a microphone in front of you?
Well, how do you know I didn't write the 871 positive reviews?
Well said.
Maybe I have nothing better to do. Maybe when you said you're really busy, it's because I'm sitting at Amazon taking up 15 right here. No, I don't. The thing is this. This is what I always say. Like, I look at Amazon reviews, not often, but sometimes you see that you gravitate toward the negative ones. And I don't have any. Look, I've seen movies I don't like, and I've written about movies I don't like. I've written about restaurant meals that I haven't liked. Probably written about books I haven't liked. Like, everyone is entitled to that opinion. And I always say, if you're a diehard Kobe fan and you don't want to hear anything negative about Kobe Bryant, maybe this just isn't the book for you. There's nothing wrong with just enjoying the Mamba mentality or looking at his videos, and nobody's required to read it. So I totally 100% get it. I can't even argue it. They are correct. The book is a hard look at Kobe. It's not always flattering. I could totally understand someone who lived through that era thinking, you know what, I don't want to read this. So I get it.
One of the things that I read about you prior to this interview is that sometimes you do feel a little bit bad about including some of this stuff in books, like the whole herpes situation with Walter. And you mentioned earlier that you wondered whether you should have put that in a book. Anything in this latest book, 3-Ring Circus, that you wish you perhaps should not have put in?
No, I don't think so. The thing is, as you, Like the herpes one is a good example. I just think as you get older, when you're writing a book, you get really into the details and you get really excited when you learn things and when you find things. And you do get kind of hyped when you find stuff that no one else knows. And I'm sure, like, I saw that herpes thing, and in a sort of weird, perverse, in the bunker of digging way, you're like, wow, that's really interesting, blah, 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 blah. And what you forget to do sometimes is you forget that this is a human being and this is a person. And you should weigh whether, is the information helpful or is it just, you're just using it because you have it. And I think as I've grown, I mean, I wrote that book, I wrote Sweetness 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. If I were writing that book today, I think the book would probably be very, very, very similar, but there's no way I include that. Like that was just me being kind of an asshole and finding juicy information and thinking just because it's juicy, I have to use it. And part of this business I've learned over time is you have to exercise judgment and sometimes restraint. And just because you have a really good nugget, it doesn't mean that you have to put it in there.
Well, to defend you, though, of course, you were talking about the specifics on the herpes comment, but the hepatitis C, I always thought after reading that, when Walter has that press conference, I think it was in 1998, to tell everyone that he had gotten sick because everyone was speculating that he was gay and he had AIDS and, all that shit. But he had really, really jaundiced eyes, which, again, could be attributed to the hepatitis C. Maybe I'm off on that medically, but that seems to be one of the symptoms that he would have. So to me, it's pertinent to be in the book. It's relevant. It's part of his condition at that juncture.
Yeah, I actually forgot that he had hepatitis. So, but I think at that point it was actually the jaundice was because of the kidney issues. So I don't remember. I will tell you, way before I wrote the book in 1999, I was a writer at Sports Illustrated. I was just coming up at the magazine. I was kind of a scrub, and an editor said to me, he's like, do you have any interest in going to Chicago and interviewing Walter Payton? He's trying to promote kidney donations and, they want a writer to come out. And I said, sure. And I flew out to Chicago and I went to Walter Payton's office where I was supposed to meet him. And this kind of old man greets me at the door and he was shriveled and shrunken and it was Walter Payton. And I didn't recognize him. I had no idea who he was. And that was my sort of introduction to Walter Payton. I had no idea then I'd write a book years later.
Can I ask you one more question on Walter?
You can ask me. Go crazy.
Well, again, this is a dark question you may not even want to touch. But Aldo and I have talked about this before. There is an underground contingency of people. There's no malice behind my question. I'm a Bears fan. I loved Walter Payton. Do you think, and again, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, that what happened at the end could have been a result of like a Lyle Alzado situation? Could it have been steroid use that actually played a role in his untimely death?
So I never heard anything about steroids, but what I will say, and that doesn't mean yes or no. I never heard about it personally. They did walk it. The amount of painkillers those guys were taking was ridiculous. And, after games, they'd be flying home from road games and guys would be walking up and down the aisle of the plane with this huge bucket of painkillers. And you would reach in and grab them like they were gumballs and take these things. And, it's just insane. The amount, if you think about Walter Payton, what he did to his body in the course of an NFL career and head, he was a super hardcore physical runner, undersized physical runner who took on all tacklers, led with his head, led with his body, just beat the crap out of himself. He was ingesting shitloads of painkillers, and his head was a battering ram. So, there are guys who escape, Richard Dent seems really good. Different guys seem really good. Neil Anderson seems really good, but your odds are not great that you're gonna wind up unscathed from playing. A friend of mine said the other day, if someone invented football right now, if there was no such thing as football, and in 2021, knowing all we know about just the human body and mind, said, here's a great idea. We're going to start this game. We're going to put everyone in helmets, and you're going to beat the shit out of each other. It wouldn't exist. Nobody would approve football. It's not a natural game for people. We just love it, so we continue with it. It's not a natural thing to do. So I don't know if he used steroids, but he definitely was ingesting stuff he shouldn't have been ingesting. He's putting his body through things that a body shouldn't go through.
Yeah,
I got one more question for you.
Yeah, but real quick, there was something in the
Sure.
book I remember about. He was pouring some cream on that was used for animals for painkiller. You recall that, Jeff?
Oh yeah, it was. They use it for horses, and it makes
Yeah,
your breath
horses.
really bad.
Right.
Yeah, it makes your breath smell like garlic. Yeah, I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, it was the Wild West, not just the Bears, the NFL. It was the Wild West it's really disturbing. Like, it's really disturbing. It's funny. There've been a lot of sports movies. People are always like, "Oh, what's your favorite sports movie?" And it's always Rudy or Hoosiers or League of Their Own. But Any Given Sunday, which isn't my favorite sports movie, but it was very realistic about, the blind eye that, teams gave to players and what trainers were willing to do to keep guys playing and the amount of stuff they were taking. And it's really disturbing in hindsight. It really is. It's really sad.
Well, my question was going to take it forward, since, again, I know your political leanings. It looks like the trial is going to start February the 8th. Do you think, because my opinion is they're not going to convict him because the Republicans are just going to capitulate, do you think there's any chance he's held accountable for, he being Mr. Trump, for January 6th?
In any normal, sane world where people are just, yes. I mean, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But no, I'm kind of with you because you need, 13 Republicans to vote to impeach. You'll probably get 6 if you're lucky. It's pathetic. If I were the Republican Party, I swear to God, I mean this. If I were the Republican Party, I would desperately want this to happen because I don't want him to run again. If I'm the Republican Party and I'm about survival, I don't want him running again. But they won't do it. They're too afraid of him. Even without Twitter, they're too afraid of him and his followers. It's really pathetic. They're a bunch of cowards.
Well, you used the word survival. Apparently, there are some concerns that these Republican senators are concerned about their own safety because some of the MAGA folks could potentially be targeting them with physical violence or worse if they go through and cast an indictment for him or conviction.
It's insane. I just want to say, I started really sort of tweeting and blogging about Trump when I was working on the USFL book. And I kept saying, like, everything this guy touches turns to crap. And he does not care about you. I'm telling you, the USFL is Donald Trump was president 30 years earlier. It truly is. I always use this as my favorite example. When he was with the New Jersey Generals, the USFL, he signed Doug Flutie. We mentioned Doug Flutie. He actually signed Doug Flutie out of Boston College to be their quarterback. And it was crazy. They gave him the biggest contract in pro football history at the time. And it made no sense because they already had Bryant as their quarterback and they didn't need Doug Flutie, and Doug Flutie wasn't even going to be that great. But Donald Trump decided he wanted Doug Flutie. And he signed him, and then he writes a letter to the other owners in the USFL and the commissioner saying, I have done this great thing for the USFL, and I expect everyone else now to help pay his salary. So please bring up at the next meeting that we divvy up Doug Flutie's salary amongst the different teams in the league. And I always said to people, and the USFL said, no fucking way, we're not doing that. I always say Doug Flutie was the Mexico Wall 30 years before the Mexico Wall. Like, he's like, we're going to build the wall and Mexico's going to pay for it. And Mexico was like, fuck you, we're not paying for your wall. That's the exact same thing we're doing with Doug Flutie. He's like, we're going to sign Doug Flutie. The USFL owners are going to pay for it. They're like, no, we're not doing that. Collusion with Russia, collusion with the NFL. This is a million different parallels. And he ruined the league. At the end of the day, he ruined the league, just like I think he ruined the Republican Party and almost the United States. I
concur, and I retweet you frequently.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Before I ask you about your podcast, I got a couple of questions. Of the 9 books that you've written, is there one that you would particularly like? Dan and I are big movie fans. Is there one in particular that you would love to see translated onto the silver screen?
I think Sweetness. I think Walter Payton's story is really cinematic, and the highs and the lows and what he accomplished and what he overcame. So I always thought Sweetness would be a really good one.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I can't wait to read all the other books. Now, tell us about Two Writers Slinging Yang, the podcast that you co-host with someone else.
No, I don't co-host. It's just me and another writer every week. I have a different writer. And
okay.
It's not. It's a passion project. I just I love talking journalism. I love talking writing. So every week I try to have. I've been doing it for about 4 years, and I try to always have a different writer. And every Tuesday I put out a new episode. But it's very geeky inside writing. So it's really all about writing and journalism, the art of writing.
And I heard that you write I read this somewhere today. You write about 1,000 words a day. Is that your goal?
Only when I'm doing the book itself. So I basically have 2 years or 2.5 years to research and write a book. And I use the first 1.5 years just to research, just to dig. And then when I'm writing, I set a goal that you have to try to write 1,000 words a day. Because you have to be, the one thing about books is you have to be disciplined and you have to be self-disciplined. And so if I don't set a goal and set a standard for every day, I struggle. So that's why. It sounds like more than it is, though. 1,000 words isn't that hard, actually.
Dwayne Corey in our chat room wants to know if you've ever watched the original Brian Song movie.
Yes, I did. In fact, it was just on the BYU network, weirdly, the other day, and we DVR'd it. And, yeah, I freaking love Brian. I mean, love Brian's song. And I guess you could make the argument in a way. I mean, Walter Payton had a funny quote where he said, he and Matsui, who were very, very close. And when Walter Payton was dying, he said, this is just like Brian's song, except in this version, the brother dies. That was his quote. I love Brian's song. Love Billy D. Williams, especially in Brian's song. I think it's great.
Dan, I'm going to turn it over for you to close out the interview. I know you've probably got only 2,000 or 3,000 more questions.
I don't want to take up his time anymore. I'll just thank you, and I'll say that, again, I retweet you. Hopefully we have something good politically. And I'll throw in my favorite sports film was Black Sunday, where they try to blow up Super Bowl 10. Did you see that?
Oh my God, no! Am I missing out?
Yes.
Yeah, it's coming off the terrorist attack from '72 at the Olympics. So they do a fictional attack where they have a Vietnam veteran played by Bruce Dern, who after the war he was a POW, is a blimp pilot. So he hooks up with this Palestinian lady. And he's really like raw because when he's a POW, like his wife leaves him and they tell his wife, hey, when people get out of cages, there's a proclivity to be a homosexual. He'll be impotent. And like he doesn't see his wife or kids. They think he's violent. They think he's got all these emotions. And he had been called a baby killer. Everything that happened post-Vietnam. So he gets with the lady that exploits all of that animosity. And they shoot like a third of the movie at Super Bowl 10, like during the game. Like Robert Shaw, the guy that got eaten by the shark in Jaws, is running around, this Israeli gentleman who's trying to stop it. Again, their goal is to blow up the stadium at Super Bowl 10. That's their big terrorist attack. And when you're watching it after like 9/11 and all these things, it seems plausible despite the fact it's fiction. It's a tremendous movie.
It really is. And
my favorite sports movie is A League of Their Own. I'm a huge League of Their Own fan.
I'm sorry, which one? Which one?
He said A League of Their Own. With Tom Hanks.
Oh yeah, I cry every time I watch that. It's one of those handful of movies where you cry at the end. I was just going to say about Black Sunday. It's directed by John Frankenheimer, who did The Manchurian Candidate, who did a great political movie called 7 Days in May, which is about a coup attempt of the presidency. Birdman of Alcatraz with Burt Lancaster. Just
French
tons.
Connection 2.
French Connection 2. This guy has done so many wonderful movies. A little-known crime picture with Roy Scheider. You were talking about Jaws. Roy Scheider is in it called 52 Pickup. So I'll send you a list of all these films for you, all right, Jeff. So again, thanks very much for joining us. We really enjoyed you being one of our first guests here. This is pretty cool.
There you go. Nice. Where do you guys know where to send the check, right?
Absolutely. It's on its way. Take care.
All right, cool.
We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Be well, sir.
Well, Mr. Dan Aguirre, how was that for you?
I had fun. I hope that I didn't let you down or anybody listening down. I hope that
you've got great interviewing skills.
I just got to control my cussing in those type of environments, and which I can because I'm used to being on like FM radio. But here I just get relaxed and have fun, and
that's the way we want it. I don't think he was. I think he got into the whole swearing thing after a while. So
I hope that he watches Black Sunday.
Yeah, that would be great.
I wish that they would put that on Blu-ray and give it like an anniversary. You know, like you know how sometimes they'll do a release and talk to the people now.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would like. There's no CGI in 1976 when they started filming this, or 75 maybe even when they started filming it. And there, if you recall, they're at Super Bowl 10, and it looks like the crowd at the Orange Bowl storms the field because the blimp is about to explode, and so they make this look real. I would love to hear Bruce Dern's still alive. I'd love to hear them talk about this. It's a fascinating movie. And like I said, if you're a football fan, all these shots where they actually show like Bradshaw to Swan, they show the plays, the Pat Summerall's in it. I mean, it's a phenomenal film.
It really is. I remember watching it in the theater when it was released in 1977. I think it says here. Yeah, 77. Great film. And again, this guy is just a really fantastic filmmaker. If you're into movies, just take a look at his filmography and say, oh, wow, he did that. Wow, he did that. Wow, he did that. This guy, John Frankenheimer, is just a great filmmaker. And he had this penchant for just doing these big pictures where he could just take care of a lot of, a film like Black Sunday. There's a lot of production aspects involved in it. And then also films with just a lot of ideas. This movie, 7 Days in May, which I heartily endorse. I think you'll love it, Dan. Political movie.
I can comment on that. And let me say one more thing about Black Sunday.
Sure.
I don't recall which team it was, but Steve Sable used to share a story because Pittsburgh and Dallas, of course, played in Super Bowl 10, and they played again in 13.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the team buses got lost going to the Orange Bowl, headed to Super Bowl 13. And somebody, according to Steve Sable, was like, what is this? Is this Black Sunday? Are we being kidnapped? Is this because they were lost and just circling and appeared to be nowhere near the stadium. The Steve Sable said they referenced Black Sunday. I can't remember if it was Dallas or Pittsburgh. It was one of the two teams. But what was it? What's the exact title again? 7 Days in May, right?
7 Days in May with Burt Lancaster, Kirk Douglas, Frederick Martin. Have you seen it?
No, but I've heard President Kennedy talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
He read the book. It was a book prior to the movie, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And this was like 2-3 months before November, before the assassination, before November 22nd. And Kennedy said to multiple people that he read the book and that it depressed him because he thought that it was plausible. And he said it this could happen here in America. And of course, essentially from what I know of it, it's a coup that's manifested by the military taking power.
Correct.
And he felt that so many hard right-wingers were trying to force him to invade, Vietnam and to invade Cuba and to go to Laos and all these things that he didn't want to do. He was trying to get us out of Vietnam. So he felt that these hardliners were definitely capable of executing such a thing. And then, of course, a few months later, it really happens to him. So it's just tragically ironic with that. But yeah, I know of it because of President Kennedy was viscerally affected by reading the book.
Yeah, and I will tell you, I actually saw the movie recently. It was on Turner Classic Movies. I've seen it now 3 or 4 times, and with the exception of a really stupid subplot love story that just doesn't work, the political intrigue and the coup attempt and stuff, that's all really fascinating, and it just does feel totally feasible that something like that could happen. And based on recent events, we know now that anything can happen.
The fact that I don't want to necessarily jump on politics and alienate people who are listening right now. Right. We could do that at the end. But the fact that the Times put out that report confirming that he was still trying to steal Georgia and trying to use the politicians to help him do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. Could you imagine, for one, if this had been Obama and the people that stormed the Capitol were, say, Black Lives Matter sympathizers. I mean, there's no way that January 6th is he's not held accountable for that.
Yeah.
And then we got all this documentation. Not only he was inspiring all that, but he was actively behind the scenes still trying to okay, let's change the subject. I got something I've been promising two people here. I've told I would get this on the show, and I wanted to get your reaction to this.
Okay.
So this is from Tooch.
The Tooch.
Yeah. He sent me a story earlier that I didn't know. This is from the Los Angeles Times. I'll read this to you. It's not that long.
Okay.
Dateline Chicago. Again, this is LA Times, 1990. The Hallis family, owners of the Chicago Bears, could lose the football team under a federal tax assessment that might surpass $50 million, according to a report published on Wednesday. The IRS contends that the Hallis family owes about $43.5 million in gift and inheritance taxes. With penalties and interest, the tax bill could increase to more than $50 million, a sum the family could only pay by selling the team, according to this report. Virginia Hallis McCaskey, the daughter of Bears founder George Hallis, and Michael McCaskey, Hallis's grandson and president of the team, have filed petitions in U.S. tax court in Washington challenging the assessments, the National reported. And to finish it up, the family is also asking permission to pay any taxes the court rules it owes in 10 annual installments, a request the IRS has blatantly refused. A trial was scheduled for May 15th before blah, blah, blah. And it goes into the fact that Hallis died on October 31st, 1983. So after reading that, I don't remember who said it first, but it was kind of a consensus in our little text group that maybe that is why George is so loyal to Ted Phillips. Maybe Ted Phillips was the one who helped him save the team there. Because wasn't he the accountant at that point?
1990, huh?
Yeah, this is from the LA Times saying they may have to sell the team because apparently Hallis was fudging the numbers a little bit in the early 80s and it had caught up to the team. And so they were trying to force them to sell the team. And as we know, that didn't happen. So the theory is if Ted Phillips was the reason that didn't happen, maybe that's why George has just undying loyalty to Ted Phillips. What do you think?
I think that's very, very plausible. Now, I don't know what Ted Phillips, I can do a quick search here and see when Ted Phillips' tenure with the Bears started. But
I think he was with us when the Bears won the Super Bowl, though, in the front office somehow. I think he's been connected since 84.
Yeah, you got it. Since 84, absolutely. And did he come from that he came from Ernst and Young, because I think I read somewhere that the Bears accountants were a firm called Kirkland and Ellis, which is a firm that I've had some dealings with many, many, many years ago. So Ted Phillips didn't come from that accountant's office, but perhaps Ted Phillips had a big role in that. Maybe that's a question for Jeff Pearlman. And we got a possible book, new book.
Yeah. Why the hell does this keep happening in Chicago? Jeff, break it all down for us.
Please. He's a great investigative reporter. He can find out for us.
The one thing I wanted to say there, and I didn't, because I didn't want to bring up Phil during that because he's not here to talk, but his uncle, was the coach. Sam was the coach.
Sam Rutigliano, yeah.
Yeah, and Sam Rutigliano, Donald Trump fucked Sam Rutigliano because if you recall, Sipe was the MVP of the league in 1980, and Trump signed him. And that inadvertently basically got Rutigliano fired because he lost his fucking quarterback. So Donald Trump ruined Sam Rutigliano's days with the Browns.
Wow.
I thought that as soon as because he mentioned Brian Sipe being in the USFL, and I was like, oh, that's right, because he fucked Phil's uncle. So that was such a good show when Sam was on, by the way.
Oh, gosh, absolutely. That was outstanding.
Got another question for you from Dwayne Corey. Is it Corey? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
This gentleman's name? Okay. He said, why, and again, I'm posing this to you because I didn't feel like I had a great answer to him. He says, why is it that everyone's assuming Pace and Nagy are in a must-win situation? If Pace drafts a young quarterback in the first or second round, he and Nagy are going to get 2 more years, maybe even 3. That's what I get from watching that press conference. And my response to that was, my perception was that George wants some sort of tangible progress next season. And I said, I'll get Aldo to bring this up when we get on air. So what do you think? He thinks it's not a foregone conclusion that they have to win this year. He says that's sort of like what everyone thinks, but if they draft a young quarterback, that'll be the justification to keep them on, regardless if they go 3-13.
Totally agree. I think that part of the reason why we haven't been told how long Ryan Pace's contract is with this team is because they may have extended him even beyond Matt Nagy's contract. I mean, there is such a love affair going on with the McCaskey family and Ryan Pace that it's like he's an illegitimate son. So I wonder if indeed that this team, as long as they don't get embarrassed, as long as they don't suffer what Phil Emery and Mark Trestman suffered through, those consecutive 50-point losses to, the powerhouses in the NFL, the Green Bay Packers and Patriots. I mean, those were the probably had to be the most embarrassing time to be a Chicago Bears fan. The most embarrassing time for the organization was those consecutive 50-point losses to those two teams. If they don't face anything like that, and if they have a young quarterback who people are primarily saying, the majority of people are saying, yeah, this is a good young quarterback, give him a little bit of time, give this organization a little bit of time. I do think that the leash on them will extend beyond the 2021 season. I will not be surprised at all if Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy are still coaching this team in 2022. And I will be mildly surprised. Probably, I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're coaching at 2023. If they are playing at 500 or slightly above 500 and are playing good football. Let's remember, next year's schedule is the third toughest schedule based on 2021 loss records. Third toughest schedule the Bears, any NFL team will face, belongs to the Bears next season. So you put in a young quarterback, those guys automatically get a bonus year to stick around. It's sad, but true.
Boy, I hope that isn't true. If they have a really horrible year, I hope that they're gone. But of course, like I always say, next year I'll be rooting for them because I want them to win.
Absolutely.
I want this all to matter. Something about it, like to be worth. I think the Buffalo fans, going full circle with the beginning of our show tonight, I think that the Buffalo Bill fans probably feel the same way. Like if you could come back later in life and win a Super Bowl, then somehow it's more sweeter because you went through those 4 losses, because you stuck with the team, because you were loyal. So that's how I sell myself by saying, keep watching, keep caring. Like this is life, That's why I didn't want to get divorced at the time. It just kind of forced my hand. I mean, you say, well, you're the one who filed, but I mean, fuck, she left. Mm-hmm. She left. She had an affair. She left on her own. I mean, what was I supposed to do? I mean, you fucking move 6 hours away. I mean, I got to protect the house. I mean, so it's not like I wanted to, though. So that's the thing. Like I always viewed as a relationship, if it's good or bad, it's like, we're having a 3-13 year. We can come back at the 13-3 year. So it didn't work out with my marriage, but I hope that it does work out with the Bears. Like at some point we're sort of rewarded for all of our passion. That makes it sweeter that we've gone through all this shit. Otherwise, what did we do?
Dan, and now that you've openly started talking about your divorce here on Dan and Aldo Bare Their Souls, I'm sure there's thousands of women who want to know if you're available right now.
I'm sure that's not the case. Like I said, I don't have problems getting ladies now, though. That's the thing. I'm not some Mac. I'm not Zac Efron or anything like that. But I don't want to sound like I'm besmirching women and saying women are easy or something. I have a good personality. I can talk. I can listen. I'm empathetic, and I've got a little bit of charisma, not to brag on myself, but it's not hard for me to entertain someone and they would be interested in doing filthy things. But it is hard for me to have somebody that I like and vice versa beyond something physical, if that makes any sense.
I don't get what you're saying at all, but everybody in the chat room is confessing that.
You don't get what I mean?
No, I do. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was going to say, wow, I'm doing a terrible job of explaining.
No, people are burying their souls in the chat room too, talking about their divorces and so forth. And I just let everybody know that I've been divorced twice, and I'm working on the third time.
I hope that's not the case.
No.
I felt so badly, and I'll leave it at this because I don't want to embarrass you. I felt so badly for your daughter, like legitimately, because they had just gotten married. Like I said, I don't want to say anything else about it. It's none of my business, but just know that I feel really terribly for your daughter.
Yeah,
and for the guy. The guy was on the show. I liked him.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy, but a bad husband.
Yeah, he liked Rex Grossman, and so did I. So.
Retro TV and Movie says, I'll probably be divorced myself in the next year or two after 27 years and 4 kids. Holy cow, Retro TV. 4 kids, man. That's unbelievable. How can Dwayne?
I think from my side of it, the worst part of the divorce, and like that gentleman's got me trumped, no pun intended, with Donald, with regards to all that time, like almost 3 decades. So I can't even imagine that. But that's the part that depresses me the most. Like, because again, I met Marissa when I had just turned 30, like a few days after my 30th birthday, like less than a month. And right before I turned 39, we divorced. So I feel like I lost an entire decade of my life that it's just for nothing. And that time passing is something you can't buy back. It doesn't matter if you're wealthy, like we were talking about Walter. I mean, look at Walter, like, maybe he was 45, maybe he was 44, or 46 rather. I tend to believe with Jeff Pearlman's story, but either way, just tragically young. And so you never know. Like I told you, my dad died at 41, my sister died at 41, and I'm 40, man. So you just never know. And you lose all that time. So I have so much empathy for that gentleman to say that he could be, I don't know if he was just saying it like to vent or if it's plausible to lose 27 years of your life that you can't get back. Bro, that's tough. I'm so sorry for that gentleman. Absolutely.
Old School Swag tells Retro, who's got 4 kids, he says, yeah, Retro, your pullout game is like Payton Nagy-like. Who else? Dwayne says, Dwayne, my bitch of a wife left after 29 years. Well,
I'm sorry, Dwayne, for real.
No, absolutely. I've been there. When I went through my first divorce, I was embarrassed to talk about it. And
how old were you? Let's set the stage. How old were you?
I got married when I was 25. The marriage lasted a year and a half. So I was 27.
All right. So like you said, you're embarrassed about it. You don't even, because I can imagine, like, dude, you just got married. How could you be fucking this up already? I could just feel that pain.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, I didn't do anything wrong. All of a sudden I went from graduating college, landing a great job at CBS TV, and 6 months into it, she tells me, yeah, I'm not happy in a marriage. Like, what? Things are really taking off for us. But it just didn't work out, and we ended up parting amicably, as I have with all my divorces.
Well, have you been able to maintain any sort of communication over the years, like hey, happy birthday, Aldo, or something from her, or anything?
No, I have not. Not with my first wife, but with my second wife. We're very good friends. In fact, she comes over a lot. Well, because she's the mother of my daughter, and she really appreciates, the fact that it's important for a father to have a relationship with the daughter. And she really appreciates Wanda, my second wife. She really appreciates the relationship that Donna, my current wife, has with Kayla. So we're very, very friendly. They've been over, Donna and Wanda will go out and do things together. So that's a pretty cool thing. I got a great relationship with my second ex-wife and my current wife. That's something I'm very thankful for.
That could be, not your story specifically, but that story could be a fucking reality show plot. No, seriously, like a Kardashian gets divorced, and then the current guy is friends with the new guy, and I don't know, what are they doing? Find out Sunday on E. That sounds like something you would see on reality TV. No, but it's cool that they're able to be friends. And I would imagine she was at your daughter's wedding too. Then obviously, and
absolutely,
everything.
absolutely.
Yeah, so that's obvious. That's awesome that you all were able to make amends then, because obviously at some point it wasn't as peaceful as it is now. Then, or you wouldn't have gotten divorced.
I am desperately trying to work on a 3-way with my current wife, my ex-wife, and myself, but
wow, are you serious?
No.
Oh my God.
They're both going to punch me in the face when they hear this.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Old School Swag says 8 years was long to me, but 29 years is 4 lifetimes. Yeah, that was a bitch. What was he referring to 8 years? What did I miss?
He's probably talking about me. I said that I got when I was 30, right before I was 39, we got divorced. So yeah, I think he's referencing me, but I don't want to sound like a narcissist. He's talking about me.
Before we get back to the topic of sports, you want to talk about this movie?
Yeah. Again, I've been trying to get you to watch it, and boy, where do I even start?
Yeah, where do you start?
Okay, this film is called a Serbian film. I've talked about it on Tucha's show a little bit last year. I have a stream. Shout out to them. I had so much fun doing that. And this makes Cannibal Holocaust or Human Centipede, or I don't know what you would consider like, oh, that movie's too far. This makes all of them look like it's PG. This movie is intense. The first time I saw it.
First time? How many times have you seen this thing?
I've seen it twice, because this movie was made in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't have a proper American release because, again, it's a Serbian film. It's filmed over there. And it's propaganda against their government. I was watching Blu-ray extras on it, and they were saying the government fucks you before you're born, they fuck you while you're alive, and they fuck you after you're dead. And there's a lot of all of that in the film. So it's this extreme reaction to their government was the point of it. Mm-hmm. And they had to get it printed outside of their country. So that, of course, the Germans stepped up and were like, hey, we like all this brutality over here. But then somebody heard about it and said, no, fuck it. If we print it here, you're going to be arrested. So then they had to go to Hungary and get it printed there. But anyway, it didn't work its way to America in an official release until January this year. And so I watched it online because my friend Jeremy said, like, dude, we watched Cannibal Holocaust one night together, and he was like, wow, this is shocking. And then like 3 days later, he goes, that movie's not shit. I just watched a film called A Serbian Film, and it's the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. So then I was on a mission to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, how bad could it be? And you couldn't buy it. It didn't come on anywhere, so I had to watch it, a rugged version of it online. And so I was shocked by it. After it was over, I was like, wow. I was talking about it for like 4 days.
Yeah, like you called me and talked to me about it. Or
I know, I was telling everybody, you won't believe what I just saw, And then when I watched it again, I have more of a thought of it as being sort of like, oh, it's just a film.
Mm-hmm.
The first time I watched it, it was like I was watching a snuff film. And I was like, what am I watching? Where's my life gone? If you want me to talk about it and break it down, I would be glad to. Or
before you do that, I should play the trailer. Maybe I should play the trailer first, but I just wanted to say that you sent me like 3 or 4 clips of the movie.
Yes.
And so I turn on the first one, and it's a scene of a woman performing oral sex on. And by the way, up on the video screen now, I've got a description from Wikipedia about the film. It says it's the story of a financially struggling porn star who agrees to participate in an art film, quotations, art film, only to discover that he has been drafted into a snuff film with pedophiliac and necrophiliac themes. So the scene that I watched from the 4 clips that you sent me was this woman performing oral sex on the porn star, I gather. And yes, there is a child, a teenage girl watching. Yes. And
he's like appalled. They keep trying to get him to fuck this kid.
Oh my
and
God.
like at one point they tell like the child in the movie, like it's not a real mom, you know, the child in the film said, or the child's mom said, was talking about wanting him to, they made a Catholic thing, a Catholicism thing. Her, you know, basically saying, we want you to take my daughter's virginity. And she goes, just the way my father did mine. So, and like the girls like all game and wanting it. And they keep using subliminal messages. At one point he's getting blown by somebody and they show on the screen, like a TV comes on and it shows that little girl like with a chocolate something or another in her mouth, sucking on it, kind of like, you know, obviously trying to look like a dick.
Yeah.
And she's eating ice cream and doing it seductively. It's just like they're trying to subliminally make him attracted to this child, and he's just not. Thankfully, he's not. He looks like Beck, by the way. If you know Beck, the singer.
Oh, yeah, sure. Again, on Wikipedia, it says that the filmmakers have stated that the film is a parody of modern politically correct films made in Serbia, which are financially supported by foreign funds. When asked why they chose the title Serbian film for the film's name, one of the filmmakers answered, "We have become synonyms for chaos and lunacy. The title is a cynical reference to that image." So some heady themes going on here. Let's play the trailer. So those of you listening to the audio podcast on this, you might want to fast forward because you're just going to listen to a bunch of sounds, and it's a foreign language film. So whatever dialogue is in this trailer, you're not going to understand.
Well, trust me, the foreign language thing, I'm not a huge guy that loves foreign films. I mean, I'm kind of American snob in that regard, but it does not take away from it. Let me just say that if you're someone that does, like I didn't watch Parasite, I was like, I don't know, maybe I will, but I never got around to it because it was foreign, not to sound like Donald Trump, but America first. But no, this movie is subtitled, and again, it does not take away from it at all.
Yeah, I was going to make a really gross joke about, you know, what can you say when you got a penis in your mouth or whatever, but I won't say that joke. Anyway,
this guy's got a gigantic fucking cock, by the way. He's got a great cock.
But by the way, and that clip that you sent me, it looked to me like a dildo and not his real cock, but you would know better. You've seen the film twice now. Yeah,
that is a possibility. Like, real quick, I know you want to play the trailer.
That's all right.
Like, there's the childbirth thing. Did you get to that clip or no?
That one I did not see yet.
Okay. Well, I'll break it down, but they showed, like, it shows the crowning, the vagina, all of it. And I was watching in the bonus features, all of that was fake. Like, it was showing how they built it. Literally, all that was shit that they built by hand.
Thank God.
Like, it was showing, like, the sets, like, all the violence and stuff. So it probably wasn't his real penis.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the actress put this, like, assortment on her that they constructed of, like, a naked female body that looks really real. I mean, like, you know, not to be redundant, but looks extremely real. And it passes as you can't tell that it's not her, but they constructed that by hand, the set designers.
Well, yeah, so I'll tell you this, from the clips that you showed me, it looks like a really well shot film. I mean, this isn't, you know, it was
shot in 4K. They said it was the first 4K film in Serbia.
Okay, well, look at that. I could tell it was the images were crisp, but it's not a cheaply made film. So pretty good stuff. And those of you watching on the video version of the show will see those images right now as I play this 2-minute trailer from a Serbian film.
Slušaj me pažljivo. Sprema se nešto veliko.
Ti Ti si porno glumac koji želi da zna o čemu se radi u filmu.
Movie.
I did.
You didn't at first.
Right.
You were disturbed by it at first.
I was. I had to sit on it for a while and revisit it. And now, like I wouldn't want, if my mom hadn't died last year, this is not when I would want to show my mother. And if I'm ever a dad, this is not one I want my kids watching. But as an adult, it pushes a lot of boundaries. If you want me to break it down,
please.
Okay. I'm going to break this down in long form so you know how shocking it is. Okay, so the guy is a retired porn star. He's got a beautiful wife. He has a young child who's like 7, 8, whatever. And you see that there's a little bit of not necessarily money problems, but the wife says, well, we need the money for, the son's singing lessons and at school, and he has to take it. He doesn't have it in his wallet. He has to get it out of his stash. And so it's kind of already first seeing you see that money is a little tight for them.
Mm-hmm.
And he walks in, and his son, by the way, is watching one of his DVDs with him fucking a woman on a motorcycle. And it looks real. He's, again, supposed to be a retired porn star. And so he's watching this old film because the girl he's fucking in it wants to meet him for lunch because she has this exciting offer to tell him about. And of course the son's watching the scene and is like, what is that? And the mom has a good a reaction. So she says oh, it's just like cartoons for adults. It's nothing. It's not real. Daddy was just having fun. It's like one of your cartoons. And the kid bought it. So, but okay. So he goes to this dinner or this lunch or brunch or whatever. And the lady says, hey, there's this guy, this movie director, he wants to make this art film. And he's interested in you. He thinks that, you're the best. He's supposed to be like a John Holmes kind of figure, not in cock size, but in terms of he's supposed to be the most famous porn guy over there.
Mm-hmm.
And the women, like the guy says, the women always tell him that they would want to marry him because he fucks so well. And, it was just like he's Hank Aaron,
mm-hmm.
Breaking the Bay record over there. The shout out to the late Henry Aaron. So he's reluctant, though. And then he goes and he meets the guy, though he does go and listen to his pitch. And the guy basically says, hey, we're doing a film. You don't have to worry about the script. I want this to be as authentic as possible. Your reactions, we want your reactions to be whatever they are. So I don't want it staged. You don't know what's happening. I will set the scenery. All you need to do is bring your dick and fuck in front of the camera the way you always do, but genuinely give us your reactions to situations. So he's like, I don't know, man. He's like, but the money is like, they don't actually say what it is. It's supposed to be, it's implied that it's like $1 million or something.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes home and his current wife is basically are you fucking kidding? You have to take that deal. We need the money. You got to go do this fucking, you got to go do this film. So he doesn't even really want to do it. He's getting sort of peer pressured because they do need money, and it's supposed to be life-altering money. Like they won't have to worry about anything. Okay. Where do I even start? So he signs on to it, and again, he doesn't know anything that's about to happen in any scenario. So like you said, he's on this dirty, gritty floor, and this woman comes up to him, and he's like, oh, okay, so this is where it starts, I guess. And she starts giving him head. And then, like you said, he notices, he looks, and there's a kid there. And he's like, what the fuck is this? He's like, I can't work like this. I don't want to do this in front of a child. So a man comes up behind him and puts him like in a chokehold where he can't move. The woman starts biting his dick. Biting it ferociously. Like Tyson Holyfield too, And the guy starts saying, hit that whore. Fucking hit that bitch. And then the little girl says, hit her. And he's getting bitten, so he starts to hit her. And he starts to punch her, and everybody's loving the fact he's beating this woman. And then she starts to jerk him off, and he nuts all over her face, and that's the end of that particular scene. Again, wild stuff. Then, okay, so he's talking to the director. I hope this is falling in sequence. He's talking to the director again. He's like, look, you're going to have to tell me what this is some weird shit. And basically the director says something like, this is bigger than you or me. This is our government's putting together this film, and our government's depending on this to be real. This needs to be art. Real quick, let me sub-reference. He's got a beautiful wife. His brother is a policeman. His brother loves his wife. Like at one point you see his brother is watching, he's getting a blowjob while watching video footage where he filmed of his brother's wife. At one point he's at his brother's house. He goes to the bathroom and starts jacking off thinking about his brother's wife. So he's got a fascination with his brother's wife, which will come up at the end. Okay. So he's talking to this guy and he's like, what is this? He's like, I can't tell you, but let's watch this. Maybe this will put you at ease. So he and the director not the director of the movie, but the director within this world, this script. Are you following me so far?
Totally.
They're sitting there and a movie screen comes down and it's a woman and she's given birth. She's literally, the baby's crowning. It comes out and a man comes there, smacks the baby on the ass and starts fucking the kid. And the mom is like watching it and liking it. So again, it's just fucking bizarre, So the guy that looks like Beck, the main actor, of course, he's appalled by this. He's like, man, what the fuck is this? He gets up and leaves, and the director starts saying, it's a new genre, newborn porn. Newborn porn. That's the part that really got me when I watched it the first time. I was like, what the fuck am I watching?
No shit. God, please.
Okay, so he tries to quit. They drug him. They give him Viagra that you would give a horse. That's what they say. They're giving him what they would get, Viagra for a horse. And so again, he's drugged. He doesn't know what he's doing now. And now you start to see things out of context, like non-linear, because he's waking up and he doesn't know why his ass is sore. Well, guess what? He got fucked. He passed out and one of the guys came and violently sodomized him. Yay. But he was drugged and now he's trying to put together what happened, piece it together. So at one point, he's got all this Viagra for a horse. So his dick is hard as a goddamn rock. He's frothing at the mouth. They've given him a bunch of coffee and Viagra for fuck's sake, and he's intoxicated. And they chain up this woman. I sent you this scene. They chain her up and they put what's the little earpiece if you're on TV? What's that called again?
What is it called?
IED or something?
Not
IED. IED, that's what they give the women when they don't want to get pregnant, right?
No, that's an IUD.
IUD.
IED is an improvised explosive device.
Well, the earpiece. We'll just simplify and call it the earpiece.
Yes.
They put one of those in him so they can communicate with him. And they let him loose on this fucking woman like an animal. So he's raping her. And of course, they're whispering things to him like, this fucking whore, this piece of shit. She had an abortion. She was killing children. Her husband was a soldier. She was cheating on him. And all these terrible, they're like, hit her. She's a dirty piece of fucking shit. And he starts screaming in his ear, like, hit her. So he starts beating her, and they're like, yes, more. And he's doing it, and they bring him a sword.
Oh my God.
And he's fucking the shit out. He beheads her. And like he doesn't even know what he's doing. He's still fucking her body while she's not even alive anymore. And the guy's like, yes, we want it. Rigor mortis. We want it. Keep fucking her. I'm
laughing because not only your description of it, but also Retro just put this up in the chat. He's asking if this is a Disney film.
It is, actually.
Go
this
ahead.
was before Miley became Miley and the Bangers tour. This is when she was doing Hannah, and she was trying to get on for it, and they wouldn't book her. They said, we can't book you for this. Okay, so the lady that initially had the meeting with him, that talked him into it, she's pissed off. She's like talking to them like, you have this fine actor, this great fucking legend, and you have him doped up.
Oops. Shit.
Do something I believed in. Something's echoing.
Yeah. Are you okay now?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
So she goes on this tirade how she's quitting. So they knock all of her teeth out. You don't even see it at first. I sent you this scene too. She's naked and all of her teeth have been knocked out and her mouth is bloody. And a dude comes in and puts his gigantic fucking cock in her mouth, and they squeeze her nose where she can't breathe. She's handcuffed, and he chokes her to death with his cock.
Oh my God.
Okay. So I'm trying to think, where do I go from here?
Yeah. Where do you go?
Oh yeah.
By the way, Retro has one other suggestion. He wants to make sure that you never talk about this movie ever again after the show if you want to get married again. I think that's good advice.
That is probably sound advice. Okay, so I'm trying to think where to pick it up from here. So let me think just a second. Okay, so again, he's watching. They have all this on like little camcorders. They've already filmed it, and he doesn't know what's happened because, again, he was so fucked up and high and shit, against his will, no less.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually he goes and they have this scene as he's watching, and he walks in, and there's two people tied up with hoods on. So he starts fucking the first one, and he moves on to the second one. While he's fucking the second one, he looks over, suddenly his brother's up there too. And his brother's in on the conspiracy, but he didn't know that at all. He thought his brother was helping him. He's a policeman. He'll help him find out who this director really is. What's the real story here? And he looks over, and eventually his brother is fucking his wife. And he looks down and he sees blood, and he's fucking his 7-year-old son's ass, and the kid's ass is bleeding. So obviously he's distraught. And the wife then gets free and just fucking mutilates his brother for fucking her. And like, I forget how she kills him. Bashes his fucking head in, kills him. And then he goes to kill the director at this point. And the director is encouraging. He's like, yes, violence, wrath. Let's see the real you. He's like, bravo, bravo. And he's killing him. One of the director's like henchmen, like protectors, is coming over. He beats that guy so unmercifully. And then he shoves his dick in the guy's eye.
Oh,
literally,
my God, get out of here.
He fucks the guy's eye.
Oh, jeez.
Now, to conclude this masterpiece, he goes home, and you see them showering, and they're all distraught. The mom, he and his wife and this young boy that he has fucked, they do a mass suicide. They get together, the boy's in between them, and he shoots from behind of the wife, and it kills all three of them. The bullet goes through all three of them. I don't even know if that's plausible, but that's how it's presented in the movie. And so they all die. In the last scene, members of the crew are there. They're still filming. And they're like, all right, let's go ahead. Let's fuck all of them. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to start with the little one. So he's going to fuck the little boy's dead body, and it goes off.
Jesus Christ, please save me.
I don't know if I left something out. If I did, oh yeah, like I said, they tried to get him to fuck that kid later on when he was high and shit, and he literally took off running and jumped out a window. He's like, I'm not, he just would not fuck this kid. This guy's got character. He didn't want to fuck his kid. He didn't want to fuck that kid. He didn't want to beat anybody. They drugged him and forced him to do all this shit. But at the end of the day, it was like satirical against their government. And they did on the Blu-ray, there's, Q&As and stuff where they're talking in English to an audience that just watched a screening in 2018. And they have the actress that's in there that plays his wife. And apparently she's really successful and does Disney films, ironically, does voices in a couple of, she does voices in some Disney movies and is an A-list actress over there. And she was talking about, I would never get the chance to do something so powerful. So that's why I did this film. Like, she's like, some people don't know me from, like, is that the woman from whatever Disney movie she referenced? And they're like, that can't be her, and not this. But she's like, she loves this. She's like, it's her favorite work that she's ever done because it took a chance. She said it was privately financed. They didn't know if they'd even get it out. It was censored. The government didn't want it out. All these things. They took chances because their government, she's like, that's how awful it was growing up there.
Now, the factor, I'm sorry, go ahead.
They wanted to make a statement about their government and how violent it was and things like that. But go ahead with Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly, the Factor, wants to know, is this movie good or is it just weird?
Both. Like, now that I know the politics behind it, I kind of appreciate it more because when I was first watching it, I wasn't certain if it was just, it's a fake snuff film. I mean, that's kind of what they're shooting, right?
Right.
So I thought I was just watching it it was like violence just to be violence, which I like violence in film, don't get me wrong, but like this was going way over the line, like beating women and rape and children rape and all these terrible things I would want nothing to do with in real life, But so it shocked me, and at first I thought it was that was the point, was just to shock me. So I didn't know whether I liked it or not. But now knowing that all this other stuff surrounds it, and it's like a metaphor for how they grew up in this communist society, which is like an extension of Russia, I suppose.
Right. It starts to make sense. Right. The political.
Yeah, so there's a point to it. It's not just, and they asked the director, what was your inspiration behind this? And he said, their government, but he said 1970s American cinema. And they asked him for specific titles, and he just named a few directors, one of them being William Friedkin that did The Exorcist. And a couple others, I don't remember who he said right off, but he was just saying a lot of like post-Vietnam American films were extremely violent. And those are the ones he saw as a kid. So all this violence was in him from cinema, from the movies that he liked.
So it's always America's fault. it's always Obama's fault. It's always America's fault.
No, he was praising it. He said that 1970 cinema was the golden age of movies as far as he was concerned. And he didn't even appear to be that old, but he said that the whole point of it was, if you're going to make a movie, about your government that you so desperately want to make this, like, you basically go big or go home.
Retro TV and Movies says that he's turning himself into the local authorities just for hearing this. We want to know if you, Dan Aguirre, were the American producer to do a version of this for the United States, who would you cast in the lead roles?
Oh, wow.
Based on what I'm hearing, I'm suggesting Adam Sandler. Somebody else suggested Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell can fuck John C. Reilly in it. Step brothers who rape.
That would be good. Now there was a what was it? A Yugoslavian film, a Eastern European film that was about a family. They're out on a family vacation. It's a very well-to-do family. They're skiing somewhere, and all of a sudden this avalanche comes, and the father of the family, he's married with two kids, about 10 and 9 years old. when the avalanche starts coming, he runs for it. He just leaves the family. He picks up his iPhone and he runs for it. And that's how the movie starts. And if I'm forgetting the title of the movie, I'll look for it. But now that movie has been redone in America, and it stars Will Ferrell and Julia Louis-Dreyfus. And you would think that it's a comedy, but it's not, man. This is a really deep, dark movie about cowardice. I highly suggest the European version first and then watch the American film.
Wow, I would have never known that Will Ferrell and Julie Louis-Dreyfus would be in something like that.
Yes, I mean, it is weird. It's the European one it's a little difficult to watch if you are not into European films, because there's these really long takes and a lot of silence, but it's beautifully shot and it's very hypnotic. And you start to see the descent of this man, how he just he panicked and he ran, and then he tries to hide it from his wife. Well, the American version, it's Will Ferrell. So you're almost expecting for him to play it for laughs, and it's much faster paced and stuff. But I think as a curiosity, I would recommend watching both of them. But if you only have time for one, then watch the American version. You probably wouldn't like the European version just because of the shooting style. But if you're into visuals, the European version is exquisite. It's really well done. I'll look for the title.
Well, let me tell you this, going back to Serbian film for just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Before anyone thinks that it's just me, on Amazon right now, a Serbian film, uncut and uncensored, Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
It is sold out. It says, we do not know when this product will get back in stock. And 3 people are selling it, like private sellers through Amazon. 2 of them are $129.99, and a third one, which is not even unopened, it's quote like new, is going for $194.95.
Wow.
So I'm glad I paid $24 for mine.
Yeah, I'm going to say you've got a collector's item there. Could be worth something. By the way, the American version is called Downhill, directed by Nat Faxon, and again stars Will Ferrell and Julia Louis-Dreyfus. And it's based, the European version, come on, give me a title for the European version. Not finding it, but when I find it, I will announce it. We've got a question in the chat from the Factor. Have you guys, meaning you and me, watched Blood In, Blood Out? Most underrated movie of all time. Now, I don't know this movie. Blood In, Blood Out. Have you heard of it?
I have not. I'm going to do a Google search right now. Blood In
and Blood Out. Sounds like another Serbian film.
It says it's a 1993 movie.
It's a refers to the initiation ritual. Oh, that's not the movie. Can't be the movie. Oh yeah, it is. Blood In, Blood Out. Refers to is a 1993 American epic crime drama film directed by Taylor Hackford. Remember him? Taylor Hackford? It follows the intertwining lives of 3 Chicano relatives from 1972 to 1984. They start out as members of a street gang in East LA, and as dramatic incidents occur, their lives and friendships are forever changed. Blood In, Blood Out was filmed in 1991 throughout the Spanish-speaking areas of LA and inside San Quentin's state prison. Taylor Hackford, by the way, I want to say that he did one of my favorite Stephen King adaptations, Dolores Claiborne.
With Kathy Bates.
With Kathy Bates. Excellent movie. And then he did one other movie. Oh, An Officer and a Gentleman. He's probably most famous for Officer
Real quick,
and a Gentleman.
I was looking at the cast of this film.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of people in that obviously weren't famous yet. One of them is Ving Rhames. You know him as Marcellus Wallace from Pulp Fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Bob Thornton. This is before Sling Blade. And the guy that was famous before this, and obviously wasn't anymore, he's at the bottom, Thomas F. Wilson. He played Biff on Back to the Future.
Oh, my goodness.
and that's fun, too, to tie it in. They literally said that Biff and Back to the Future 2 was based on Donald Trump.
Wow.
when they go to the alternate reality to the future and Biff is in power and is a fucking
Oh,
asshole.
wow, yeah.
That was based on Donald Trump, and that was filmed in 1989. So
when Donald Trump was much beloved by most of the United States. Really, I mean, he was. Even rap stars were making songs about Donald Trump at the time, about his wealth and his, playboy status and so forth. He had a different persona back then than he does right now.
Well, to be fair, there are a lot of people that love him, though. I mean, 70 million people voted for him, and out of those 70 million, I mean, probably at least 50 of them are passionately behind him no matter what he does.
Oh, I thought you were going to say are passionately trying to overthrow the government.
Well, that too. I would like to see this blood in, blood out, though. This looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm putting that on my Amazon list of movies to obtain. Hey, I have started seeing a mini series that you guys on I Have a Stream talked about. Then those of you who listening in who are not familiar with I Have a Stream, which will be back soon, it's the John Santucci hosted, produced show along with Joe Mandel, and Dan is in it, and Aaron Michalski, and who else is in it? A few other people, I think.
Joey Two Scoops,
Joe Mandel, right? Anyway, you guys talk about movies, and you guys talked about Chernobyl, and so I started watching it this weekend. I got in a couple of episodes. Wow, talk about intense, man.
It is so. I haven't watched it in about a year now, so I don't remember everything from it. But the Russians were so mad about it, saying that we took things out of context, and it was to the point where Putin said, like a month after HBO finished, that they were going to do their own version of it now, and it was going to be the real truth.
Yeah, the real truth is that the fucking planet was in danger for a long time because of their fuck-ups on it. They can't.
Well, there were a lot of things that weren't real, as I found out by reading, like in the Times, and
for
things
instance,
that were the Bridge of Death. I don't know if you got to that point. It was the first episode where some people that were beside the plant that were standing on a bridge. And again, it was later on at some point in one of the episodes, they talk about how it was later known as the Bridge of Death. That was a dramatization.
Okay.
Like there were several things like that. If you go back, I assume that I Have a Stream is available in the archives, what we did in 2020.
Yes.
Yeah. All of that stuff was fresh in my mind at the time. And I know we discussed all of it. All of us had our own thoughts and opinions, and we were in deep detail on that. So if you're interested in that, that's something that could be a good companion piece if you wanted to watch it. It's on HBO Max, obviously. The Chernobyl, it's pretty incredible, and just that radiation stuff is, it reminds me of that movie from the '80s. That was it called? The Day After.
Yeah, excellent movie.
Oh man, yeah. Considering that was like produced on network television too, it's. Boy, that radiation shit. And I didn't grow up in that time frame to where even probably you didn't, because you would have been, 3 or 4 at the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Yeah, I was.
But that's for a generation of people, that was they really needed a bomb shelter, they thought.
Oh, I went to Catholic school. And so I was in Catholic school in 1965, and we were still feeling the reverberations about it. Every day we had bomb drills. And so going through a bomb drill with Catholic school nun teachers is the most terrifying thing in the world, because you're a kid and you're fucking around during a bomb drill, and they come over and whap you on the knuckles with a ruler, and it's like, holy shit, this is worse than being attacked by a nun, a Catholic school nun. Not fun at all.
That's one of the cool things. Like, I went back about 5 or 6 years ago with a guy that was about to retire at 911 with me, and he grew up and watched the Twilight Zone as a kid, and I was watching them for the first time. So we binged like the whole series of the Twilight Zone. And again, for him to watch them for the first time since he was a boy, and for me to watch them for the first time ever. But so many of those themes and those stresses and worries are depicted in the Twilight Zone. Like, I remember there's one episode specifically where they're in the fallout shelter and the guy won't let his neighbors in.
Yes, I just saw that one recently.
Yeah, the whole point of it was a false, it was a false report because there's no smartphones, there's no internet.
Right.
So someone disseminates a false news story. How long would it take to correct it? So they think they've been bombed, but they really hadn't been. And the whole point of the episode was to show you what monsters people could be under that adversity. Like, the guy was like, fuck you, you could die out there, I don't give a shit. And then it turns out all of it was for naught,
Yep.
Powerful stuff, man.
Right. 1961. The episode is called The Shelter. It's a Twilight Zone episode again, written by Rod Serling. He didn't write all of the episodes for that show. He only wrote probably 10% of them, but this one was written by Rod, and you can kind of tell it was written by him because it's just so beautifully done. And the description at IMDb: a suburban dinner party is interrupted by a bulletin warning of an impending nuclear attack. As the neighbors scramble to prepare themselves, they turn against the one family that installed a permanent bomb shelter. They not only fucking turn against them, they're basically going to kill them to get access into a bomb shelter that is probably the size of a large closet. But everybody was terrified, and it was a very effective episode. Twilight Zone is a great TV show.
It really is. And I don't want to say I was disappointed by Night Gallery, which was his next show, because it's 10 years later, and you would think by that time you could do more in American TV versus the early 60s. I mean, he pushed it as far as he could, I know, with Twilight Zone at the time, given censorship.
Absolutely.
So I would have thought Night Gallery would have been farther along, and some of it's almost bordering on corny. It's good, but it's not anywhere near as good as Twilight Zone. I binged it too a couple of years ago.
He said, because I started doing a little research on Rod Serling, because I just love his writing and TV interviews that I've seen him in. He's just a really interesting guy. But he said that during that period of the Twilight Zone, it just zapped him. His battles with network censors, trying to get stories about civil rights and about nuclear issues and all sorts of things, women's rights and so forth. He was always in a constant battle with the TV network censors, and it really zapped him. He was smoking 4 or 5 packs of cigarettes a day.
That's what killed him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what killed him. And by the time he got around to Night Gallery, the guy was just done, man. And it wasn't the same, and it was just really bad. There is a feature film that he made. Did you ever see the feature film that he made?
No.
Let me quickly look it up, because it's free on YouTube, and it's called Rod Serling. Excuse me. Kill a little time here while I do a little search here.
So, a Serbian film. What's the consensus? Are you all going to go out and pay that $179 for it or whatever?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Does anybody want to see it?
Nobody.
That's a question. Does anybody want to watch it now?
Nobody looking at. Nobody tuning in live. That's for sure.
Nobody in the chat room wants to see.
How come I can't find this film? Rod, where are you, Rod? Oh man,
Aldo, did you see the Human Centipede trilogy?
Yes, absolutely. I saw the film.
Yeah, but there's 3 of them.
Yeah, I saw the first one. I have not seen the second and third. My wife will not allow me to.
The second one, the guy is obsessed with the film, like what the first one, and oh my God, he wants to replicate what the guy did in it, and he actually gets the girl that was in the first one. She thinks she's going to an audition, and he kidnaps her and puts her in the centipede for real. But again, he doesn't know what he's doing. And the guy is the smallest cock imaginable. This dude's fucking dick is like 2.5 inches hard. And it shows him, raping them. And then he wants them to shit, and they won't, And he injects them with a syringe of X-Lax. And they start to fart, and he starts cheering and laughing. It shows shit hitting the camera. It's hitting the walls. It's just, God damn.
Jesus.
The third one jumped the shark, as if the second one didn't on its own. But the third one's a little But the second one I actually probably liked more than the first one.
So you're kind of into these really sadistic, maybe that's not the word, but
they're not my favorite movies, but but
come on, tell us the truth.
my ex-wife got so mad at me because I had bought the Human Centipede trilogy on Blu-ray, and it got released right around my birthday. And in fact, Amazon shipped it, and it arrived on my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
This is like when I turned 35.
Mm-hmm.
And so she had a party. She's very social and always wanted to have parties and stuff at her house. Oh, and okay, fine, whatever. I'm not into that sort of thing. I tend to just be in a small group of people talking. But the small group of us were watching Human Centipede 3. And my God, no good. My wife was not happy.
Hey, I found that movie.
I can't believe you're doing this.
Well, yeah, no woman. I can't think of a woman who would sit through watching Human Centipede or a Serbian film.
I was watching it with a woman.
Oh, really?
I was watching it with a guy from Europe, from Finland, named Jonas, who was a policeman here. He moved to Seattle. But I was watching it with Jonas and a lady that I work with named Julie, who was actually my wedding planner. But yeah, us three were watching Human Centipede 3, where everyone else is downstairs listening to like Taylor Swift or whatever the fuck they were listening to.
I'm sorry, I was multitasking here, so I missed that. I found the title of that Rod Serling movie that you can find the entire film, 100 minutes long. It's called Patterns. And it's a tale of corporate greed where a young man is recruited onto the board of a high-powered corporation. He finds his ethics at odds with his ambition. You really, really need to see this movie. And if you're a Lauren Bacall fan, she's in the movie for a brief scene, but it's an excellent Rod Serling movie. All right, it is time to talk about some Chicago Bears stuff because people are saying, hey, are you guys going to talk any Bears tonight?
Well, they got a new defensive coordinator.
Do you know anything about this guy?
He's been here since Trestman was here. That's what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really know much about him beforehand. I'm a bit disappointed.
Why?
The reason being, and I could be wrong, and I hope that I'm like, Dan, you remember that night? Mark it down. He said this, and yeah, that motherfucker was wrong. I hope that that's true. I'm so afraid that they hire a guy that's been with the organization since 2013, worked his way up. He's just going to be Nagy's yes man. He's so happy to be in the job. He'll do anything he can to keep the job, and he's just going to do what Matt Nagy says, and I have a very low opinion of what Matt Nagy says. So I kind of wanted a guy, like I was saying like before, like Wade Phillips, to have some stroke. But in theory, Chuck Pagano should have been that guy, but wasn't. But a guy that's not a yes man, that's like, hey, I know what I'm fucking doing over here, and not just going to be subservient to whatever Matt Nagy says, which, again, I feel he's not very good at his job. So I'm intrigued by this. And the reason why is this guy was the defensive backs coach when Vic Fangio was here, and Vic Fangio was employing all of these kind of elaborate he wasn't the defensive backs coach. He was a secondary safety coach. And he was employing all of these complicated schemes that a lot of NFL offenses had not seen. And so the word on Sean Desai is that he really took an interest in how these schemes worked. And perhaps now with him being the defensive coordinator, he can apply some of this new thinking that we're seeing throughout the league. We're seeing all of these young position coaches being handed coordinator positions. In some cases, they're quickly being promoted to head coach positions. Look at Brandon Staley, the guy that worked with the Chicago Bears under Vic Fangio and was the linebackers coach. He is now the head coach at where's he at? The Chargers, is it? And so we're seeing all of these young minds kind of take over big positions and some of the old guard being pushed out. So I'm kind of interested in Sean Desai getting an opportunity to coach this defense. I was kind of hoping for Jay Rodgers. You know, everybody seemed to know Jay
but that didn't work out. He's left.
And where did he end up? He landed somewhere.
Jesus, I got to look that up. I'm not. I don't have that at the.
Didn't Rags leave too? Dave Ragone?
Yes, Rags is now the offensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. And good riddance.
Maybe Mitch goes to Atlanta then if they drop Matt
Ryan.
Ryan.
Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be something? That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like this Sean Desai. My preference always is to hire from within. That way you've got some continuity. The players will know this guy. I'm sure that Nagy knows enough to feel confident that the players all respect Desai. So I feel like, hey, it could be a really good move. I like the hire. Dwayne Corey agrees with me. He likes the hire too.
Well, we saw the game plan yesterday, the way you beat Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you sit back in a fucking zone, he's going to rip you to shreds.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if you blitz and then have Danny Trevathan on Devontae Adams, he's going to rip you to shreds too. But you have to find a way to get pressure. That's Tampa consistently hit Rodgers yesterday, and the Bears have only done that in like one game ever, the one that you were at when they clinched it in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
With Mac, that's the only time they consistently hit him. That's the only way to beat him. You have to get pressure. You have to knock his dick in the dirt. And the Bears just sit back in a zone, or even when Lovey was here in the little cover 2 shell, and that's why we lose to him. Well, like they should look at what Tampa did and say, we've got to hit him. Pressure, right. Pressure.
And what they did was masterful because they kept him in the pocket for most of the game. And so that pressure came with the defensive ends containing him in that pocket and the pressure coming up from the middle. And that's the way to beat Aaron Rodgers. If you let him outside the pocket and he's got the 8 seconds to find an open receiver, that's where he kills you.
Then he will, right. And they manufacture pressure sometimes. They would blitz someone and he would think, and he knows all the defenses, but I saw like they blitz one guy, but actually another guy, like the defensive end or somebody, would drop back in coverage. So it looked like the appearance was there's 5 coming, but in fact, it was still 4, but it looked like a blitz, though, because one person, in theory, was coming right at you from up the middle.
Yep.
So they did a good job of just disguising what they were throwing at him. Todd Bowles was masterful yesterday.
He really was.
And just remember, Nagy tried to hire him. He went to Tampa first, though. So
that's right.
He did want to bring him here.
Yeah, it was kind of a timing thing where reports were that Bowles was actually kind of considering reneging on his deal. And coming to the Chicago Bears, but felt like I made a commitment, so I'm going to stick with that. By the way, Matthew Brown says Staley went to the Chargers, so thank you for that, Matthew, for letting us know. Brandon Staley, who was the linebackers coach under Fangio here in Chicago, is now a head coach and will be coaching Justin Herbert. That's a really good roster.
Against Fangio,
that's right. And by the way, Vic Fangio spoke highly of Sean Desai. He says, I think he's ready. This guy is a guy that just works hard. He consumes all sorts of new information. He's got great ideas. So Vic Fangio gives him an endorsement. That's pretty good for me, man. I'll tell you that.
Well, Andy Reid endorsed Matt Nagy. He said Matt Nagy was the most ready coach that he's ever had on his staff.
Isn't that weird? I mean, maybe he just wanted to get rid of him. It's like
maybe again he likes him personally and was just trying to help him.
Maybe he was bullshitting. Maybe it's like, I'm fucking sick of this guy. He's always talking shit at our quarterback meetings. He comes into he's the quarterback's coach, and he's coming into the offensive meetings and trying to push some of his plays on us. I got to get rid of him. Here comes the general manager. Hey, promote Matt Nagy into offensive coordinator. Oh, fuck, man. Now I really got to get him. This guy is ready for a head coaching job. Maybe that's the way that played out. I don't know.
Did you see the Buffalo? I saw it twice yesterday when they were going smoothly early on. A play that, like, Nagy, the offensive guru, could never come up with. Mm-hmm. It's 4th and short, and Buffalo runs a play where literally they could have handed it to Singletary for the first down, or the quarterback has an option to run, and the tight end, he threw the first down to their tight end. But literally all 3 options were there, and all 3 of them would have worked. But on 4th down, the point is that they had three viable options to get the 1 yard versus what Nagy does. It's like it's all or nothing on the route to Allen Robinson or whatever. Just terrible play calls on a 4th and 1, and run Mitch up the middle then with the fucking quarterback sneak. Oh, let's get in a shotgun. And oh God, just this. I don't even feel like talking about it. He's not a guru, and he's not.
Well, it doesn't seem like it. I'll tell you that. But let me ask you this: after his rookie season, Matt Nagy's rookie season with the Bears, did you think that he was a guru? I mean, he was coming up with all these trick plays and so forth. And you kind of look back in hindsight. Well, he was doing that because he didn't have confidence in Mitch, and so he was doing all this trickery to try to score points because he knew that Mitch. Well,
at least he was finding other ways that year.
Yeah.
Like he can't, the league caught up to him. And just to be fair once more, Tooch said after the 18 season that, I don't know the exact verbiage. I know it was like Phil would say, oh, he's a fraud.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think that that's the word that Tooch used, but he called him out and said that, he's a shitty coach. He sucks after 18 and said that the Bears need to move on from this guy. So Tooch had that right. I mean, hindsight, he had it in real time, though.
He did. Tooch knows a lot about football. We got to bring him onto this show. I know he's got the regular business hours, so he's probably in bed right now. But maybe we can. He
was listening to us earlier. He told me that he was.
He was indeed. So let's see if we can get him on for one of the earlier portions of the show because I know he's studying a lot of tape now and getting ready for the Senior Bowl. Before we talk about other topics, I wanted to ask you about the Mitch Trubisky thing. And where do you think, is there a remote possibility? Do you think that the Bears will bring him back or even that he wants to come back to the Chicago Bears? If he gets similar offers from other teams and the Bears, is he going to say, fuck you, Matt Nagy, you ruined my career? And he will bypass the Bears for, a job, I don't know, with the New England Patriots. Anybody would want to work with Bill Belichick. So that's maybe not a fair comparison.
Let me ask you a filthy question, and it'll come back around to your question.
Okay.
Have you ever at any point in your life, let's pretend you're 30 years old or 25 or 18, whatever. At some point in your life, you really, really wanted to have sex.
Yeah.
And maybe, and I don't mean to objectify women here, but we just happen to be guys who like women. So again, maybe if we like guys, we could say the same thing, but we don't like men. So this happens to involve women. Have you ever just slept with a woman because not that she was easy, but she was, someone that, she would put out, I guess is what I'm trying to say, but she wasn't your best. It's not who you really wanted to sleep with, but you just wanted to get laid.
Absolutely.
So I guess you were quote unquote settling.
Absolutely. That's happened to me multiple times. And it's funny that you asked that question because just yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I was thinking about this woman. I was at a bar and it was kind of in the neighborhood bar for 3 or 4 years. The guys would hang out there and have drinks and so forth. And there was this woman who was interested in me and she happened to live on the second floor of the bar. So the Bears bar room. She lived in the second floor. That's right. And so it's closing time. She says, "You want to come upstairs and have a drink with me?" And I go, "Sure, I'll have a drink." And so we have a drink. We talk for about an hour, and I get what's going on here. She wants me to have sex with her, and I'm like, I'm not in the mood. I started dating this other woman. I'm really into her and so forth. So I start to head out. And she comes by the front door and she puts her hand on it and she goes, "You're not going anywhere." And I'm like, oh shit. So I ended up having sex with her that night. Although I was like, I didn't really want to do it, but I did, had fun. We had a good night together and so forth. And then after that, I stopped hanging around the bar for a while because I was like thinking, well, I'm going to go back there. Shit. I'm trying to have a relationship with this other woman and so forth. And so about 2-3 weeks later, I get a package in the mail and I open it up and it's my underwear, which I had left at this woman's house. And she says, "Thanks for nothing." And something, I forgot exactly what her words were, but it was basically a "fuck you. Here's your underwear back." So There I am, bearing my soul.
Well, let me just say, to be again fair, that most of the time women, I'm the one that they're sleeping with because they can't. It's like, I'll just fuck this guy. I guess I don't even want to, but it's usually me. I'm the one that they're, that's the one they don't want to have sex, So I'm just saying, I'm taking a jab at me. I'm the one that's like, they just want to get laid and not tell anybody about it. So I'll fuck him and go home. But anyway, how this pertains to Mitchell Trubisky, I was going to say that if he has to settle or the Bears have to settle, there's nobody else to fuck, but they're kind of horny.
Mm-hmm.
Then the two sides will have a 2 a.m. meeting and they'll fuck. But I think if Mitch has his way, and this is my opinion, then he'll leave. And he should leave because Matt Nagy's sabotaged his career. And it's ironic that Mitch saved his job and now he's gone. But if I were Mitch, I'd get the fuck away from this guy. Get with a better coach and salvage your career. And I hope he does, unless it's in Detroit, Minnesota, or Green Bay. Then I wish him unwell. But if he's not in the NFC North, then I want him to do well. So I think he's gone. And that sucks because I really wanted him to play well. But I think I do think he's gone. And I hope that the Bears draft somebody young, maybe in the second round, maybe in the third round, just to have somebody there to groom, cut Tyler Bray. No offense to Tyler, but he's not the future. And then maybe you can get, like, again, I've got a hard on for Matthew Stafford. For some reason they cut him. Or, if you could get a big name like Stafford, maybe he goes to Colts without Phillip Rivers there now. I don't know. But maybe if Stafford's available or somebody like that, and you get him, and then if he gets hurt or something, you could always go to the kid or even Foles, unless they find a way to get out of Foles' deal too. But I would hope, what I would like to see is Matthew Stafford and then them draft a young kid too.
So should the Bears trade draft assets for a quarterback? So, trade a couple of number one draft picks for a veteran quarterback, or even to move up in the draft.
I don't want to draft. I'm not trading a first round pick for anybody. They need to use that pick preferably on an offensive lineman at 20 and get a fucking first day one starter on that line.
Well, the good thing about the offensive line is, according to Jim Nagy, no relation to Matt, and I think I said this at last week's show, Jim Nagy, the executive director of the Senior Bowl, says that this is a really deep year for offensive linemen. You can't find starters in the second and maybe even third round, guys who you can plug and play. Now, obviously, the first rounders have a better chance of being more immediate starters, but just like a James Daniels who he didn't start until like game 6 of the 2018 season, but you can find a James Daniels.
But he was really young though. He was like 18 or 19.
Right. And he was 20 when the Bears drafted him. Yeah. So he could not legally drink beer with the team, as Shane Marsaw would like to remind us on the old 100 Proof show. But you can find a James Daniel type of player in round 3. So in round 2, you might be able to find first round caliber guys, depending on how the draft lays out, which I think is quite possible because there's going to be so many quarterbacks picked in round 1. I think that we could see 5, maybe even 6 quarterbacks chosen in the first round. So, but would you not trade let's say a 2020, your 20th pick of the first round this year, and then your first rounder next year to move up like 6-7 slots to pick a Trey Lance, the quarterback from North Dakota State? I know you haven't studied these guys, but one of these college quarterbacks that's getting a lot of acclaim. Would you consider something like that, trading away a couple of first round draft picks for a young potentially franchise quarterback?
I mean, everything has to be on the table, not to use a cliche, but you have to be listening to potential offers like that. If there's allegedly some can't miss kid there, then maybe you are aggressive. But usually when Pace has been aggressive, he's been wrong.
Yep.
As the general manager. Now, if you could trade like your 20th pick and like Anthony Miller to move up, then like, okay, let's do that. But if you got to trade your first round pick, I don't know, man. Like that's why the Bears are at where they are, because they haven't drafted well, and they need to utilize first round picks to get better, in my opinion. And if the quarterback's not there, then fine. Draft us a left tackle. Draft us a right tackle. Draft us somebody that can help in 2021. There's something to shore up what you need now, not a project. You know, that's the way I look at it. I want somebody that can come in and be ready to play in the fall, assuming that they have OTAs and things like that in camp. If COVID doesn't ruin all that shit again, if they're allowed to actually work out with the team and progress. And I want somebody that can make an impact. Maybe it's a safety, maybe it's a corner, but I would think it's probably an offensive lineman that could just jump right in there and make a difference, because that's what the Bears need. The Bears line has been at best average.
Before we continue this line of discussion, I want to digress and ask you this question. Do you think that professional athletes should be near the top of the line in terms of getting vaccinations because they're so important to popular culture and helping people stay at home? You don't want games canceled. You want people to stay at home. And one way to get them to stay at home is if there's live sports. So why not vaccinate football players, basketball players, baseball players first? You're buying that theory that has been put out there by a bunch of people?
Wait, are you saying that you should or you shouldn't? What's your stance?
I'm asking you what your stance is. You think that professional
what's the consensus? Is why I wasn't sure how the question was going. You said like people are saying, but are they saying they're for it or against it?
I think the couple of reports that I've heard about it were primarily just questions, and I'm not quite sure what, if there's been Gallup polls raised about it. I would think that, a lot of people are saying it should be the elderly, it should be first responders. And then after that, who should it be? I don't know.
I agree in the sense that it should be the elderly. It should be first responders, people that have to deal with COVID on a day-to-day basis before someone else. That is the reality that we should live in. Mm-hmm. That's the world the way it should be. But we all know that the world the way it should be isn't the world that we live in more often than not. I mean, there shouldn't have been a struggle for civil rights. Civil rights should have just been a thing. Right. It should never have been it shouldn't have taken so long, but it did. And that's what I'm saying is it shouldn't be wealthy people with access to treatment more so than the poor. But that's the world that we live in. And it's very unfortunate. So again, I hate to cop out on my answer, but if I had to say, do I agree with it? No, I don't think that they should have access to it more so than someone that's a doctor or a fireman or what have you. But that's the way reality is. How long did it take Donald Trump to get well despite his age as soon as he got sick? And the same thing would happen if Joe Biden got it now. Mm-hmm. So it's not that I'm not taking a shot. I'm just saying that when Trump got it, he got access to antibodies that weren't approved yet, that regular people couldn't have accessed.
My feeling on it is I would love for the Bears to get as far up in the line as possible. So that way we are assured of football in 2021, and not only give them a vaccination, but give guys like Khalil Mack a little steroid action so they can start getting some sacks. Something's got to change. Maybe the Sean Desai can find a way to make Khalil Mack again. Well, you know what? You're going to get sacks if the coverage is better. So if this guy, Sean Desai, can help these defensive backs cover a little longer, come up with schemes that are just going to help these guys, help the defensive backs just guard a little better, that's going to help a Robert Quinn, a Khalil Mack, and maybe Desai, who knows, maybe he might change to a 4-3, which is, I think, what might be better for a Khalil Mack and a Robert Quinn. Those guys, I think, are better at 4-3 than at the 3-4 linebacker.
In theory, that shouldn't be that big of a change anyway, because the Bears were in 4-3 a lot anyway.
Exactly.
So it shouldn't be that big of a dramatic change. But my only playing devil's advocate, you could be 100% right. I'm not saying that you aren't, but this guy was here before. Why wasn't he making ideas when we were struggling? Why wasn't he? Maybe he was. What if he had such a great mind and some great strategy? It's almost like Nixon, who I obviously have praised, but he had this secret plan to end the war. That was his whole campaign strategy in '68. He's got the secret plan to get it done. So does Sean decide, does he have a secret plan to rebuild Khalil Mack? And if so, why didn't he fucking utilize the plan last year?
Maybe they didn't. Maybe like Mitch Trubisky, they didn't listen to him. No, I'm just kidding.
Perhaps so. I don't know. I hope the Sean guy succeeds. Obviously, it would behoove the Bears, to have guys that are coaching well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the first step. Like if we had solid coaches, then you can take mediocre talent and make them better. I mean, think about that. That's what Dave Wannstedt was doing early on in his tenure. Taking when Ditka left, they said, the Bears will be bad for 5 years now. And Wandy had them in the playoffs the second year.
Mm-hmm.
So he was making the best out of what he had. And so if you could do that, your arrow's at least pointing up.
Right. Well, and
it feels like now we win in spite of our coach.
I totally agree with that. Totally agree. The Factor says that Sam Acho recently said that it's because of the scheme. It was Chuck Pagano's scheme. And Acho was pointing the finger, and Acho, former Chicago Bear, would know.
He would know. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He would know.
I totally agree. It is.
And Acho is a gentleman too, so he's not like he's malicious.
Right.
This guy's well spoken, and if he said it, it's got to be his honest opinion.
Right. He's really smart. Sam Acho is one of those athletes.
NFL Man of the Year candidate, every year.
Yeah, and like you said, he's a gentleman, so he wouldn't be saying something like that because they dropped me because when I was there because Pagano didn't want me. No, that's not Sam Acho. Sam Acho is the type of guy that is going to have a lot of success post career at whatever he chooses to be because he's really, really bright. So I value his opinion. By the way, and Matthew Brown says that Acho loved the promotion of Sean Desai to defensive coordinator. So that's pretty cool.
I hope everybody's right then, and I hope the guy's great. I want him to be a success. I mean, I want him to succeed. I just didn't want him to be Nagy's yes man.
Michael Diaz is saying, "Well, boy, I join and I hear Wannstedt. What's going on here?"
Wani, man, it's the stash. I don't even like facial hair, but this stash is great.
All right, what else do you want to talk about Chicago Bears wise? It's
today is the anniversary of a certain game that we know that happened in the Superdome, January the 26th of 1986, Super Bowl 20, and probably the only victory we're going to have in a Super Bowl in our lifetime. The Chicago Bears defeated the New England Patriots 46-10. As my guy Richard Dent had about 7.5 sacks. No, I think he had what, 3? He had like 3.5 though, right?
Yeah.
He just tortured Tony Eason and Steve Grogan, got the MVP, and then the Bears won their first and only Super Bowl. Of course, they would lose another one many years later following the 2006 season. But on this very day, January 26, 1986, the Bears were world champions. And I'll never see it as an adult, more than likely.
And reading, I was thumbing through Jeff Pearlman's book on sweetness and reading some of those chapters from that era. It was such a heartbreaking thing to see what happened to the team the following year. You had a roster that definitely should have made return trips to the Super Bowl. 1986, 87, 88, those teams should have been Super Bowl teams. But unfortunately, as Pearlman writes in Sweetness, the team got full of itself. They were, fighting for endorsement deals.
Including the coach.
Including the coach, and I'm not sure if this part was in Jeff's book, but I remember at the time that a lot of players were pissed off at Ditka because he was telling players, you really need now that the season has started, you need to stop doing endorsements and really focus in on the team. And then 3 weeks later, they see Ditka doing a commercial for something that they were offered.
Yeah, for real. Otis Wilson said that. Otis Wilson said, I don't remember what the spot was, but he was offered, because Otis was like, look, your Madison Avenue guys are Walter, Mike Singletary, Jim McMahon. And so the rest of us had local Chicago spots. But so we had to take advantage of those, because they weren't coming like the ones for Jim McMahon. So he got offered a spot. I don't remember what this sponsor was. And he was going to do it, because hell, it was good money. And Ditka gave him that speech that you just referenced, like, keep your head on the team. Don't get a big ego. Let's play hard. And then 3-4 weeks later, he saw the spot air, and Coach Ditka was doing the spot. The same one that he told him not to do. And then he took it.
It's crazy.
So, and I love Mike Ditka, but yeah, I could see between that and then the Spare Bear thing, and then McMahon, the cheap shot against the Packers with Charles Martin. I mean, all these things, the writing is on the wall. It's amazing how fragile your window is before it closes.
Yep.
And even so, they made it to the NFC Championship game in '88, and still, goddamn Joe Montana ruined my dream as a kid watching that live. Forget back to the Super Bowl. But you're right. They had an opportunity, and it's like I remember I did that special for the network, breaking it down, like what went wrong. And it's like 20 things had to go wrong for the Bears to not win another Super Bowl, and they all did.
Unbelievable. Yeah,
it is. And just thinking the Wilbur Marshall thing is what Mike North references, and rightfully so, as being the big thing. At the time, Singletary had in his contract that he had to be the highest paid linebacker on the team, or maybe even the highest paid defensive player. I can't remember exactly. I don't have it in front of me. But so the Bears were like, well, we can't pay Wilbur, because if we give Wilbur this contract, then we have to give Mike a raise. Then why did you give Mike that fucking contract?
Right.
Why did you put that in the fucking contract? Think about this. The Bears had Mike Singletary, Otis Wilson, and Wilbur Marshall, the best trio of linebackers in the league. And that's at the same time the Giants had, Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks, all at the same time. And we still had the best trio of linebackers. And in a blink of an eye, they're gone, because they don't want to pay Wilbur, so they let him walk, and he goes to Washington. And this is before free agency. So it was extremely difficult for Wilbur to leave, and he still left because they didn't want to pay him. And in the preseason that year, Otis Wilson tore his knee up, and he was done. So you go from having the three best linebackers in the game to suddenly having Ron Rivera and Jim Morrissey beside Mike Singletary. And your defense goes from ferocious to okay. Because Rivera and Jim Morrissey were okay. They're what, 3rd and 4th round picks? They're okay. But they're not explosive playmakers, such as your 1st round pick, Wilbur Marshall. And what was Otis in 80? Was he a 1st round too?
Yeah, he was. Maybe? Louisville, from University of Louisville. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so you got two guys that are 1st round picks, and you lose them immediately.
Oh, gosh.
And then don't sleep on Leslie Frazier. The Bears are winning by 100 in the Super Bowl, and Leslie Frazier's returning punts for some reason in the second half, hurts his knee, never plays again. Never again does he play. And so you're talking about you're losing your starting corner, 2 of your starting linebackers, and then Gary Fensick's going to retire. Ditka basically forces Todd Bell out, because when he comes back, he's bitter about him holding out and makes him play special teams and doesn't utilize him. And then Walter's going to retire. They trade Willie Gault for who knows what to the Raiders. I mean, why? I mean, they got a 1st round pick and all. I'm saying, but why trade him? And then McMahon, he gets hurt by Charles Martin and the intentional cheap shot, mind you. And there you go. I mean, you lost your best player ever in Walter Payton, arguably. You've lost your franchise quarterback, because even though he comes back and has spurts, has moments where he's like comeback player of the year and things like that on Sports Illustrated, but he's never the guy again. Right. And you can say what you want. McMahon was a winner with the Bears. And Walter even said he put them over the top. And again, he almost won 30 straight starts. Fuck you. I mean, come on, man. You could say, it's all defense, but they didn't win those games when Steve Fuller, Mike Tomczak, and Doug Flutie or Jim Harbaugh are playing, though. They won them when McMahon was playing. So there's so many things that can point to it, like why we didn't win those. And it's sad. It's sad. And maybe the 86 team, what's even worse, as I've referenced so many times, is you get beaten that playoff game by Jay Schrader, a guy that in my opinion, was an inferior quarterback. And yet he beat your blitz all day. How does that happen? And he said it in the pregame. He told Brent Musburger said, I hope they blitz me. I will make them pay. And I'm like, man, who the fuck is Jay Schrader? He's not going to make anybody. And he backed it up. And then the next year, they have a 14-0 lead. 14-0 lead on the team that put you out the year before. You're at home again. You got McMahon. You're up 14, and they fucking blow it. And you got quote-unquote bear weather. The game the next season's it's like 5 degrees. And it's below 0 wind chill. And they let the Redskins come back and win. Again. The next year, it's bear weather. Joe Montana's not throwing the ball today. The wind's coming off the lake. It's 10 below 0 wind chill. It's a late start. It's a 3:30 Central start time or whatever. It's dark. It's cold. And Montana threw for like 350 fucking yards in the cold. So the defense, in a lot of ways, once again, let the Bears down, even though we beat our dicks about our defense. The defense specifically lost 3 playoff games. You can blame Doug Flutie all you want. They were not – Doug Flutie wasn't playing defense against Jay Schrader.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a 14-0 lead in 87.
One of the things Pearlman
Montana killed him in the title game. Go ahead.
One of the things Pearlman writes about in the book regarding the defense is that after Buddy left, while the defense the following year had as many sacks or maybe even more sacks than they did. No, they had 2 fewer sacks than the 85.
They gave up less points, though.
Correct.
They statistically were better, but you're right. Go ahead with it.
But the thing is that they didn't have the ferocity. They didn't intimidate offenses like the 85 Bears, the Buddy Ryan. And that what Buddy did is that he let these guys be criminally aggressive. I mean, they played such a style of football that the opponents were going down before the tacklers would converge on the ball carrier because they were just so ferocious. And what Tobin did, he was much more laid back. He didn't challenge the players the way Buddy did. He didn't call them,
he's
names.
A yes man.
Yes. And
he's
so
a yes man. I don't want Vince Tobin now. That's my point with Sean Desai.
That's right. Berlissimo is with us. He wants to ask a question.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Mike Ditka or Buddy Ryan, with the benefit of hindsight, did we let the wrong coach go? What do you think, Dan?
I'm a Ditka guy. I'm a Ditka guy. I'm glad he beat Buddy in the fucking Fog Bowl. I'm glad Buddy didn't win a playoff game after he left. I'm sorry he's passed away. I don't have any ill will on him, but I'm definitely in the Ditka camp. I am. So maybe foolishly, but I am. I was a Ditka guy. I love Mike Ditka.
When George Halas hired Mike Ditka, he told Coach Ditka, one of the things you got to do is you got to keep Buddy Ryan. And the reason why is because the players had all written a letter to Coach,
right,
to George Halas saying, we love this guy. He's a great defensive coordinator. And Halas was taken by that. Perhaps Halas should have said, you know what? I'm going to hire Buddy Ryan as the head coach and not Mike Ditka. I'm going to bring in.
Well, that's what Ditka said. Ditka said, not now. Ditka's a teddy bear now when he's gotten older and doesn't want to take shots at anybody. And God bless him for it,
Mm-hmm.
But back in those days, if you YouTube stuff, especially when they were about to play the Eagles, if he was like with Johnny Morris or something,
mm-hmm.
Like on the Mike Ditka show, that's one of the things Ditka always said. He in the 80s, he was like, look, Buddy just was pissed off that I got the job and he didn't. So Buddy just didn't like me from the start because he thought he was entitled to get the job. Buddy didn't want to be my friend. Buddy didn't want anything to do with me because he was jealous that I was the head coach. And he says Ditka even admit in subsequent times after leaving the Bears, I've heard him say, like, you know what? And this will be like in a Bears documentary or something. Like, remember America's Game?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think it was on the America's Game when right before our Super Bowl against the Colts, when they had the countdown of the top Super Bowl teams ever, and the Bears were number 2.
Yeah.
In that documentary, Ditka said, I mean, if you look at it, I didn't win a Super Bowl without him. He didn't win one without me. Maybe we would have been better together.
That is one of the more astute things Mike Ditka has ever said. I'm not a big fan of Coach Ditka. And while I will always appreciate the fact that he was the head coach when we finally won a Super Bowl,
and he cared,
and he cared. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I really loved about Mike Ditka is that he came in, he changed an attitude of a team that was just lethargic, that didn't care, that he put a chip on their shoulder.
Sounds like the current Bears.
Right. How about it?
Bears defense anyway.
How about
Let's just go give up 450 yards of fucking offense, regardless of who the quarterback is. We'll just play soft. That's what they do.
There's the famous story of Ditka clearing out the locker of Ricky Watts, a third round, I believe, wide receiver draft pick. He was a couple of seasons in with the Bears. He just was loafing in practice. He went into the clubhouse and just took all of his stuff out of the locker room and just threw it out so that everybody could see, I mean, fucking business with this
He did
team.
that to Noah Jackson too, right?
I don't recall the Noah Jackson. I remember the Ricky Watts
he
story.
just up and cut him because he was loafing in practice, is what I'm saying. I don't know if he did that with his locker, but he cut him before the season started, and Noah Jackson went to Tampa Bay, I think.
That is true. That is true. Noah had Buddha, as he was known affectionately by his teammates, had a very kind of laid-back attitude. He had kind of a mean streak when he played. He was a really good what's it called when the guard runs out to block? Pulling. He was really good pulling guard, for a big man, but he did have kind of a lazy streak to him. So I do vaguely remember that. Bellissimo goes on to say, my concern with Ditka over Ryan is that Ryan built a team that had a great defense and offense consistently. He was all about football. Ditka pissed players off, chasing endorsements whilst his players. And I agree with that. There was just something about Mike Ditka that he really pissed off the players. You remember the strike year, 1986.
Yeah, 87.
Yes. He really fought for those scab bears, and the players really hated him for that. Just fucking detested the fact that he had broken that trust. He's talking about family and unity.
Yeah, he said that they were the real Bears.
Yes, that's the quote. Thank you.
Yeah.
You don't do that. You just don't do that. He should have said.
I get he had to coach those guys. He had to coach them up. I get that.
Which is fine, right?
Yeah,
you say, hey, this is my job. I've been told I got to coach these guys. I can't wait for my guys to get back. And I understand why they're on strike, but I got to get back to work. See you guys later. Yeah, and
there's just so many things though. If they win, then that's a footnote that's forgotten. Like if Doug Williams doesn't come back there, I told you they're up 14-0. If the Bears lose that game 21-17 because of Darryl Green's punt return. If for some reason they don't lose that game and they move on and they play Minnesota in the championship game, probably go on Super Bowl. They've already played Denver that year. They lost because Kevin Butler missed 2 fucking extra points, 31-29, which again is the one that broke McMahon's streak because he had won 28 straight starts on Monday Night Football. The point is, if you can go and win Super Bowl 22, nobody cares that he said that about the Spare Bears. I'm not saying it's not impactful. It is because the players said it was. But if they'd have just won more, that would have been easily forgotten.
Yep. Easily forgotten.
It's tragic that they didn't win more. But, I mean, it's tragic that 35 years later we're still talking about them. What does that say? Not about us, because, we're loyal to the team. And I think George, of all people, appreciates that. I really think he does. I think he is, they say walks through the, Soldier Field parking lot, talking to people, tailgating. And so I think he cares that we care, but it's an indictment on the organization that 35 years later, that's such a highlight. They've basically had little success after that.
Yeah, it is sad. I mean, they did go to the Super Bowl. There were some division championships, but it's not enough. This is the Chicago Bears, the charter franchise of the league. This is a team that even when they have mediocre or even bad teams, they're getting great ratings because there's a certain mystique about the Chicago Bears. This is why people all around the world fall in love, like Pearlman, and we've got listeners in Vietnam and Dubai and elsewhere. They fall in love with the Bears because there's this mystique about it, the tradition. Just like I sort of fell in love with Notre Dame. watch the Newt Rockney movie, and then Sunday mornings they would have the Notre Dame highlights. I fell in love with that mystique. This is what's happened with the Chicago Bears. They're just not living up to that with victories, with a commitment to excellence.
Yeah, we're at the point now where Troy Aikman and Joe Buck campaign to not do our playoff game. Right. We really don't want to have the Bears again. Aikman is miserable announcing our games. He's like, oh yeah, we're going to have to go to Chicago and they're going to fail miserably again. It's just, it's almost like they're a joke, but they're at the moment that they start playing better, like you said, the ratings are so good and the fan base is so loyal that you can't really consider them a quote unquote joke, but within the industry, they're not respected. Whether it's the coach, the scheme, the player, whatever. Mm-hmm. Like I said, Troy Aikman does miserable doing our games and openly says it.
Right. Barlissimo says
he's like, Joe, this is hard to watch.
And he's right. Barlissimo says caring enough is not what you want out of a chief executive. You want brilliant critical decision making. He doesn't have the right character for that.
He's talking about George?
Yeah, George McCaskey.
George is talking about George.
George is talking about George.
Well, yeah, but that's not going to change, though. George McCaskey loves the team, and he's not going to get rid of him unless he dies or his mom says, fuck you, George, I'm 100 now, and I'm firing you. I mean, as long as he has the option to be tied into the Bears, he's going to be.
There have been rumors that some members of the family want to sell the team. They're just kind of tired with the whole always being criticized, the family being criticized as, we're not doing it well. Just sell the team. There have been rumors that some family members want out, but we know that Virginia McCaskey is just never going to let that happen. This is her dad's team. And so, there could be a time after she passes, she's in her mid-90s now, after she passes, where the family might then take a vote and say, hey, is it time for us to get out, take the money and run? That could happen. But what I would love more than anything is for the Bears to win a Super Bowl so that she can enjoy that in her final years.
That would be great. It's just too bad that the 41 – I mean, the Bears had a 14 – that's something else you got to look about. The Bears had a 14-6 lead over the Colts. Mm-hmm. And then lose the game 29-17. It's just it's just tragic that all these things like in that game that went wrong, the inability to stop the screen pass or the same play over and over with Dominic Rhodes and Joseph Adai. It's not like Manning was doing anything. He was dinking and dunking the whole day with the exception of the long pass to Reggie Wayne. He had the one deep pass. Everything else was right, short, dink and dunk. The Bears couldn't stop it. Mm-hmm. And then Rex had a poor game. Cedric Benson got hurt early, and they just keyed up on Thomas Jones, who started out well, but couldn't get going the rest of the way. So
the factor says that the 2021 offseason will define our future for the next 2 years at least. And I agree with that. I mean, because the team is in such a precarious position with the cap, there's no quarterback. There's no starting quarterback currently on the roster. You've got the 20th pick of the first round. There's so many challenges that are facing this team that if Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy don't make the right decisions, we could be facing another decade of Bears mediocrity. At best, it could be much worse than 8-8 seasons. So this really.
Well, let me interject,
please,
because it would seem. And I'm just trying to be positive. It would seem that Aaron Rodgers' time in Green Bay is coming to an end sooner than later. And maybe that's it. Maybe we just can't beat Rodgers, and it's going to keep being the same script, the same show until he leaves. Mm-hmm. But I could be wrong. It feels like even he thinks that maybe 21 is the last season, if not already. Maybe yesterday was his last season. Or his last one with Green Bay. So he's going to be gone out of our lives sooner than later, at least in a divisional sense. Detroit's moving on from Matthew Stafford, and they've got some fool as a head coach. May turn out to be a great guy. Who knows? Maybe I'll be an idiot for saying he's a fool. But he sounds like a delusional person. And it just seems like the Lions probably hired another guy that's just going to be a joke. And, Minnesota's okay. But I'm just saying If Rodgers is gone, then the division's in play. And that's all you need. That's all you need. Let me look at the NFC East this year.
Mm-hmm.
Washington made the playoffs at 7-9 and almost beat Tom Brady and Tampa in the first round. They played tough with a guy no one had ever heard of,
but
at quarterback. So if you can get in, that's the start of it. And how do you get in? You win your division, and hope could be on the way. Rodgers seems to be on his way out, and Detroit starting over, even though they say they're not. They claim that they. I saw the transcript. He said that they think they can win now.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then why would you tell Matthew Stafford we're moving on?
Right. Good
So
point.
I think the division's in play. Now, everything that those guys are saying in the chat room is true. Like, the Bears really need to hit on these draft picks this year. And all that's true. But I'm just saying the division may not be so daunting once number 12 is out of Green Bay.
Mm-hmm. George has another question.
Okay.
Bellissimo, this is a long one. George and Ted stake so much on collaboration and culture, but yet again, we have players dissenting on social media, top position coaches leaving in numbers, issues with free agency looming, trouble hiring to fill those positions, even other teams clearly in rebuild. Is sticking with the status quo of Ryan lame duck Pace and Matt the narcissist Nagy just putting us in purgatory for the year? You know what? I disagree with George on a couple of things here, and I understand his frustration, but I don't think that position coaches didn't want to come to Chicago. There were a number that were interviewed. I understand that there is this feeling that, you know, these guys are lame ducks, and so why should I want to go to work for them? Jonathan Wood on Twitter earlier today said, you know, Deuce Staley took the running back coach's job at Detroit. Why, you know, he didn't want to come to Chicago because of the mess that is the Bears. And I'm like, well, you don't know that for sure. It could have been that Deuce Staley was offered more money to work in Detroit, and Deuce Staley wants to be a head coach. He's not worried about the lame duck status of a coach. In fact, why not go to work for a coaching staff that could be on the way out after a year or two? Maybe you'll get promoted to be the head coach. So, I don't see, there certainly is a bad perception about Matt Nagy, Ryan Pace, George McCaskey, Ted Phillips, but I don't think that, I don't think people are saying, no fucking way am I going to go work for Chicago because that organization is fucked up. No, basically it always comes down to the money. You offer me more money than the other team is offering, I'll go to work for you. Look at Robert Quinn. Robert Quinn flipped a coin because two teams offered them $30 million contracts. And the coin, unfortunately, went the Bears' way.
Well, you know what, though? Again, just maybe I'm being the optimist. Quinn played better down the stretch. He had a decent playoff game. And his quotes, he was very unhappy about his season. And he didn't bullshit us. He said that, like, I want to play better. I'm embarrassed of this season. So maybe that means he trains even harder this offseason. And maybe, like you said, they utilize his talents better next season. Maybe they come into, like you said, predominantly a 4-3 scheme. Maybe they blitz him more, utilize him for who he is. Same with Khalil Mack. And maybe both of these guys next season are who we wanted them to be this season, or at least shades of it. So I'm not so negative. I mean, maybe it's just the same shit and we'll all still say Robert Quinn is the worst signing ever, whatever. Maybe that's plausible. But I'm hoping that this Sean guy can, get these guys in shape, and B, let's blitz, man. Like I said earlier, you saw how to beat Rodgers. You can't play this passive fucking defense and it's okay, we're going to give up 400 yards of total defense today. Well, you can't play that way. Mm-hmm. It doesn't work. You have to be aggressive, in my opinion.
I'm with you. And
to beat Aaron Rodgers.
I'm with you. And I'm still of the opinion. I understand, like, Bellissimo doesn't like, the X's and O's that Nagy does. And I hate to speak for you, Bellissimo, correct me if I'm wrong. But I do think that the Bears' biggest problem has been lack of execution by players. And maybe that's a coaching problem. Maybe that's the assistant coaches not teaching things well enough so that the players go out there and execute. But I saw the Kansas City Chiefs running plays much better than the Bears did, and they were the same plays. Look at the New Orleans Saints. A week after the Bears played them, the Javon Wims drop pass, they used the same exact play, and Jameis Winston hits the receiver in stride, and the receiver catches it. So it's about
it.
Right. I mean, they stole that play from the Chicago Bears playbook. That's to me is a perfect example of players executing what the Bears came up with better than the Bears players did. So you could blame Ryan Pace, you can blame the assistant coaches, but you can't blame whoever on the Bears staff came up with that play and the play call at the time. That to me just seems weird.
What I'm going to use a political analogy, and again, I apologize if you all are listening and you're conservative. And I'm not saying that facetiously either. In my opinion, like I said to Jeff Pearlman earlier, I don't think that they'll convict Trump. And maybe you think that he shouldn't be anyway. Okay, that's fine. But I think that, in my opinion, the Republicans just allow him to do whatever he wants without any accountability. The same thing in my negative approach here was with the Bears. The stuff we saw with Javon Wims, the Anthony Miller stuff, there's never any accountability with this coaching staff and his players, which is, again, akin to what I was saying, or analogous to what the Republican Party of today is. And I think that's the microcosm of the Bears. And just this never holding anybody to atone for their actions. And I'm not just saying this because, it sounds good. Like, that's my honest opinion. And I think that a lot of people would agree with that. And I think that's this coaching staff. Like Ed O'Branovich always says, Nagy's problem is he wants to be everybody's best friend. He wants to be their buddy. He doesn't want to be their fucking coach, and that's why he's not any good. He's in over his head because he just wants to be their pal. And I see that. I do. He may be the nicest guy in the world, but I do buy into what George said about him being a narcissist. I've said that. I do believe he thinks it's everybody else's fault that the Bears didn't win the playoff game. It's not his. It's Mitch's fault. It's Javon Wims dropping it. It's Miller being ejected. Well, part of it's on you too.
Yep. Berlissimo is challenging some of my thinking here. He says, can't agree. Design is one thing, but setting plays up is key. Plays off plays. That's what Laser did for 4 games. It's what Nagy has abandoned the rest of his time at the Bears. It's exactly the reason why Nagy has never found the identity for the team. He doesn't have one. He has plays he likes. He doesn't schematically set things up. And I think that's a really good point by George.
That's
there.
Dead fucking on is what that is.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly advocate what he said there.
I can't blame that. Now, here's a thought. And I know, we live in a win now society, a win at all cost societies. But the fact is that Matt Nagy is 28-20 as a head coach in the NFL. And yes, he's 16-16 over the last 2 seasons, so he's not necessarily trending up. But by all accounts, at least the accounts by Ted Phillips and George McCaskey, I'm playing devil's advocate here. They feel that he's the type of guy who checks his ego and is learning and is adapting and so forth. And they have confidence that he's going to make the necessary changes. I'm
going to be pessimistic and respond to this.
Please do. Go ahead.
Dick Duran was a up and coming young head coach, had been in the Mike Holmgren Green Bay coaching tree. He's soft spoken. He's well liked by his players. He's a gentleman. He goes 13-3 in 2001. And, hey, the sky's the limit. Matt Nagy went 12-4 in 2018. And what happened to Dick the next 2 years? He was 10-22 because he was 4-12, and then he was 7-9, and then he was gone. So as I'm saying, Dick had this fluke year, and I love the 0-1 team. And you could talk about all the bad things that had to happen for 0-2 to go the way it did as well. But he had this great year in 0-1 that was fun, and lots of weird things happened. The way the Bears were scoring defensive touchdowns in 18, very similar to 0-1. And then 0-2, it's gone. 0-3, it's gone. By 0-4, you got Lovey. It feels very similar.
That's
all I'm saying. It feels so similar. You get a fluky year, you go 12-4, and not to mention the Bears had a very soft schedule in 2018 in terms of their opponents. I mean, I don't apologize for that, and nor should they. You play who's on your schedule, and, fuck it, a win is a win. But I'm just saying there are a lot of things you could say that, well, maybe they weren't as good as we hoped. I mean, look at Eddie Jackson. He's done nothing since 2018. Nothing. He got paid and has done nothing since he got hurt in the game you were at, when he got hurt on an interception, no less. He's done nothing since then.
I wouldn't say nothing.
Nothing. He's done nothing. He had one disastrous year and one year. The disastrous one being 2020. He was terrible.
When you're saying nothing, if you by that you mean big plays, turnover plays and so forth, then
how about just tackling? Well,
he's never been a good tackler, and that's been part of the scheme problem. That was Pagano's problem is putting him in a position where he's closer in the box. You can't have him in the box.
He's got to be back. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Let him play back. Let him be the free safety as opposed to the strong up there. But I just think he is the embodiment of what's gone wrong. The Bears kind of got complacent and believed their hype and, Club Dub and all that. So
do you look at an Eddie Jackson, you say, okay, he's one of the guys I want to get rid of. I'll fucking take a 3rd-round draft pick, a 4th-round draft pick. I want to get rid of. I didn't
necessarily say that. I make the analogy, a joke I've said on the show several times. It's a Rocky III situation where you've gone soft, you've gotten paid, you've gotten complacent, you've gotten endorsements, you've gotten media attention, and then suddenly you get dropped by Mr. T. You didn't see that coming because this guy's hungry as shit. And he's training in the fucking hood, and he's got an edge that you don't have anymore. And I think that's Eddie Jackson. He doesn't have his fucking edge. None of these guys have the eye of the tiger anymore, Aldo. Where's Carl Weathers to take him to LA when we need him? Former Oakland Raider Carl Weathers.
That's right. He played in the NFL for the Oakland Raiders. Do you remember what kind of a career he had? Was he just kind of a journeyman? Not a journeyman, but a backup player who just never had a chance to?
Yeah, that's from what I gather. He played special teams and things like that, but he was still in the league.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm trying to be the devil's advocate here, and I'm trying to instill some positive vibes. I'm trying to have hope. I always will look at this team and think, can they possibly be better? I'm just an optimist by nature, and I keep running up against guys like you and Berlissimo, and they're telling me I'm a fucking idiot for believing.
No, I don't think you're an idiot at all. I told you, if Rodgers leaves, the division's wide open. I don't think you're an idiot at all. I can
see, but I don't. That pisses me off because you don't want to win like that. It's like, okay, I want to beat Aaron Rodgers before he leaves. I want to beat the fuck out of him. I want to drag him out of Soldier Field, him crying like a baby.
I agree. Like I told you in a show previously, one of my favorite moments, because the Bears had lost all those games to Favre. And I just remember in 2005, he had not been beaten at Soldier Field since 93, and it's 2005. And they had beaten him plenty of times up there, but could not win in Chicago. And there was a camera shot. It was like Mark Green, somebody on a corner blitz, came in and hit him. And they showed him in slow motion, and he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were kind of closed, and he looked down, and his hand was bleeding. All of that in the same camera shot, and that was just like, wow, we're fucking pounding this guy in the goddamn dirt after all these losses. This is great. Now, the score wasn't that large of a deficit, but they just physically pounded his ass the whole day. Brilliant. Go back and watch that 2005 game. It's fun as shit to see them finally beat him. And the Bears had that with Rodgers in 18, the game you were at.
Oh, yeah.
There's a shot of Khalil Mack hitting him, and he's clinched up, and he's, that's great. But yeah, to what you just said, though, at this point, fuck it. If he goes to another team and then they just beat on Green Bay, I'll take it. I'm sorry. I just want to win. If it means he has to go for us to win, I would rather beat him, but you fucking take it, man. If that means that they beat Jordan Love for 10 years straight, the way Brett Favre did us, bring it on.
The factor brings up something that I wanted to talk about with you. I'm glad he brought it up because it reminded me. He says that Eddie Jackson was drunk rooting for the Packers on Instagram. And I did notice that on Twitter, Tariq Cohen was rooting for the Packers. Allen Robinson was rooting for the Packers
against Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and it wasn't so much. It wasn't so much that they were rooting for them explicitly, but they were praising Adrian Amos, and
he's their boy, I guess.
But that's the thing. You don't do that. You don't praise him privately. They should know the history between the Bears and the Packers, and that putting anything up on social media that is even the hint of praise for Green Bay, praise for a guy who left Chicago to play for the Packers. It's just not kosher. It's not kosher. I get it. We're human beings and we should be allowed to, root for a former teammate and so forth. I get it, but don't do it during the heat of the game. Don't praise them publicly on social media so that millions of Chicago Bears fans can see that and get pissed off at you. We've already gone through the season where on social media, some of the players were putting things up that were suspect about Mitch Trubisky or the coaching staff and so forth. I don't know. It just left a bad taste in my mouth.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I mean, like I said, I totally agree with that. I can understand, I guess, where they're coming from, but that does kind of suck that, I guess it's a product of free agency, because back in the day, before 1993, when free agency became a thing, like in reality, not just Plan B, which was the system prior to that, you could freely move, and it sort of became a game where it was the best offer, versus back then you pretty much were with the team you were with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were trades, don't get me wrong, but a lot of guys' whole career was experienced with one team. So you had a Chicago Bears team where everybody on it said, fuck Forrest Gregg. We hate that motherfucker, and vice versa.
Right.
And so you don't really have that anymore, because now it's about just getting your best payday from whoever's going to give it to you, whether that's the Bears, the Packers. Adrian Amos, he ran straight up north.
And that was one of the gifts that Mike Ditka had as a head coach. He got every member of that Bears team to hate the Green Bay Packers. He got them to understand that bitter rivalry. When those Bears came out of the tunnel, they were ready to fucking kick ass. And
maybe Donald Trump should have been a football coach.
The
way he had those fucking guys on January 6th ready to go storm the Capitol, he should have coached a team.
That's right.
Instead of going over the Capitol, go and fuck them up on the field. I'm being slightly sarcastic.
We really won that last game against the Packers. They stole it away from us. Let's go out there and kill them.
Yeah, exactly. I don't accept this. I said that sarcastically the other day to a Republican friend. I was like, imagine if sports were politics. I could be like, you know what? I don't accept this loss to the Saints. It's a fraud. It's a total fraud. We're playing in the Super Bowl. We're going to play in the Super Bowl because I say so.
That's hilarious. All right, I'm ready to wrap this up. You got any final thoughts, amigo?
Hey, about a Serbian film. I don't know if I sent this to you or not. I tweeted something to the effect of, the most controversial film I've ever seen lands on Blu-ray today, and the company that distributes it here in America is called Unearthed Films, and they retweeted it. So I was very happy.
Look at that. Nice. Very nice.
They noticed.
Well, I'm definitely going to try to get a copy of the film, but I'm not going to pay. What was it? How much is that Blu-ray selling for?
It was like 130 and 180 now on Amazon. I didn't look at eBay. There's a potential maybe it's on there, and like in the form that it's on that DVD, or Blu-ray, even if it would be broadcast on TV, it wouldn't be. That's my point. There's no way an HBO or Showtime would use that. There's no way.
No. Absolutely.
So you're going to have to buy it if you're going to want to watch it. I mean, there's no way I I don't even have a way to circumvent that copyright to even make a duplicate if I wanted to.
Well, the scenes that you sent me, you shot off your. Do you have a 4K screen? Because those pictures were really nice and crisp.
No, that was just on a basic HD TV, and I just use my iPhone.
Yeah, looked good. So
I've got the iPhone SE, I guess.
Yeah, there was a time where people would take a VHS camera into the movie theater and
those are horrible.
Oh my gosh.
You
hear people
standing up.
Yes. Hear people talking, chewing up popcorn, and these are black market copies of popular movies. It's like, what the
I would
fuck?
rather not watch it than see that shit.
Fuck no. Fuck no. And I'm against pirating. I hate the idea that people steal copywritten material. These are the works of artists and so forth. We should respect that. So, but every once in a while, I'll break the laws. I shouldn't say that.
Right. Well, like I said, I can say at least my understanding. And I don't remember the Supreme Court case by name, but it dealt with Sony in like '78. Where they ruled that, because the tape, it was about being able to access like VHS tapes, blanks, if you will. And they basically, the way I retained the settlement of the judgment of the case was that if you are recording something that comes into your home and you're not going to benefit from it financially, then you're not violating that copyright.
That's right. It was known as the Betamax case, and it was a decision by the Supreme Court of the United States, which ruled that the making of individual copies of complete television shows for purposes of time shifting does not constitute copyright infringement, but is fair use. And I remember at the time, because I had just left my job working in corporate TV and went to work at broadcast TV, that was the talk of the TV station where I went to, and the management people were so fucking pissed off about that because they thought it was going to eat into profits. But little did they know it was actually going to help the business in certain ways. And only if you did not adapt to those rules, then you were just shooting yourself in the foot. But that's the way it is.
Yeah, and now like nobody cares about having home copies because they just want to be able to stream it immediately on their phone.
I know.
And I want to have. Like before we went on tonight, I was in the other studio that I'm normally in when we do this show. And for no reason at all, the internet wasn't working on that computer. And I thought, oh, fuck, we have Jeff Pearlman on and the internet here's down. I go to another studio, it's working. So like I'm saying, let's say you're at my house, we're having a beer, you want to see something. I'm like, well, let's stream it. Oh, the internet's down. Or it's buffering. I don't want that.
Yeah.
I want to have it in possession to where like it's the perfect product to where I can put it in and I know it's steady and it's going to work and it's going to perform. So I like Blu-ray or DVD or whatever that people don't. That's why I still record the games. And going back to the copyright thing, I was just going to say that's why anytime I give anyone copies of games, I never charge them. Like I'm not violating that copyright because I got those games because I wanted to see them, especially the ones that were before I was born. It was a way for me to change, like circumvent time. Like I had to pay for them, but I never ask other people for money because I don't want to be violating the law. You
don't want to find yourself arrested by the FBI and in a jail cell with that fucking guy who was wearing, what was he wearing?
The Viking fan.
The Viking fan.
Or the guy with the Camp Auschwitz shirt on.
Oh my God.
Did you see that?
Yes, I did. There are a lot of really stupid people who got arrested. I mean, did you see that one woman? She flew to the insurrection in her private jet. She's a real estate agent, and she's videotaping herself and putting it on social media, making a commercial for her real estate agency saying,
oh my God, I didn't know that one.
Oh, I'll send you that. If you're going to buy a house, make sure you call me, blah, blah, blah. And she gives her name out, and it's on video on social media. So she was easy to arrest. Nonetheless, that is the state of Dan and Aldo Bear their souls. Dan, final thoughts, and then we'll wrap it up.
One more for you. One more of the dumb people. And I think the lady's from here. The one that allegedly, this is like a plot from a B movie, that allegedly stole Nancy Pelosi's computer and was trying to get it to Russia.
Yes.
She's from West Virginia, I think. And maybe it moved to Pennsylvania, but was originally from here. just fucking crazy. Like who, how did this happen? Like, how does that start? That first conversation, you're like, maybe if I can talk to somebody in Russia. Like, how does that happen? Like, just some dumb fuck from here. Like, how does that happen? I don't know how you get radicalized like that. I mean, I just don't understand, man. I don't. Like, let's assume for just a split second that this was all flipped and this was Bernie. Mm-hmm. And Bernie was like, they cheated me in 16. They cheated me in 20. And come with my mittens and let's take this fucking place over. Like, I wouldn't be a part of that. There's no fucking way. Like, Bernie, you're fucking too old or something. That's unconstitutional. No. Like, how did so many people fall for this shit?
I don't know.
And still fight to, no. He was cheated. It's like, what about all the court cases they lost when they were under oath? They can say they were cheated when they're not under oath because they're not subject to perjury. Oh, you're just liberal. You fuck. Okay. That, I guess, was a 4-hour show. It was supposed to be 3, but according to my computer, we're at 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 49 seconds, at least in terms of how long we've been connected here. And we had Jeff Pearlman on. It was a fun evening and a good surprise. I thank him for being on, and I thank you, Aldo.
Who do you want as our next guest? I'll start hunting.
Or did you have any other ideas?
Oh, I got
right
several.
You said maybe you would get was it Jason McKee or Des Clark?
Both of those names are possibilities. I've been working on them, and hopefully they'll join us. I want to get somebody from that era of the Bears because I would love to hear you talk to, like a Jason McKee, a Desmond Clark. Who else from that? Curtis Conway. He's entertaining.
Oh, I love Curtis Conway.
Yeah.
But you know who I'd like to talk to? Rex Grossman.
Rex Grossman. He would be a real find for us, man. That would be outstanding. Yeah, I'd love to talk to Rex too.
I got another name. I've told you this in text before. I think would be so interesting. And the guy is so successful now. He's a fucking millionaire. I would love to talk to Cade McNown. Cade McNown about speaking of. Did you see Josh McCown interviewed as a coach?
Oh, wait a minute. All right, I hate to get political here again, but here is Mike Silver complaining about the NFL not hiring any African-American or minority people of color as head coaches. This is Mike Silver on the NFL Network. Listen to this rant.
Well, from a global perspective, it's been shameful when it comes to diversity. And look, we all sat there in the spring and we listened to many of our black brothers and sisters tell us what it's been like being black in America and had a lot of poignant conversations, especially those of us in the NFL world. And we heard some things and we vowed to be better, many of us. If you did that and you're watching this play out and you're not speaking up, you're doing it wrong. And I don't want to lock in on any specific thing, but this has been a frustration for decades, and the standards are not the same because you keep hearing rationalizations. Well, you need to be a play caller. Well, Nick Sirianni didn't call plays. Well, you need to work your way up. Well, Brandon Staley's only been at it a few years in the NFL. Well, you need to be a coordinator. Nah, Dan Campbell just got a 6-year deal with the Lions and then went up there in a press conference and started talking about biting off people's kneecaps. And, it was a Saturday Night Live skit. And then I hear that Josh McCown, who's a fine guy and a longtime backup quarterback, literally got an interview as the head coach to be the head coach of an NFL team. I know so many qualified coaches, black and white, who that is offensive to, that it just makes my head want to explode. And I don't want to sit here and talk about any one of these specifically as much as I want to just talk about this globally. There is systemic racism in the NFL, especially as it pertains to head coaching hires, and it is not getting better, and a lot of us should be ashamed.
What do you think of that, Dan Aguirre?
I can't, and I'm not running from it. I have no way of knowing. I don't feel comfortable categorizing anyone as a racist just off the cuff. Like I can't accuse the guy from the Texans of being a racist because he brought Josh McCown in. I have no way of knowing if that's true. And in terms of minority ownership, that you have the Rooney Rule in effect. I know we brought in Mike Singletary recently, right, as the defensive coordinator.
Correct.
I'm not saying that enough has been done or anything like that. I'm not trying to say that everything is perfect, but I can't go the other way. And maybe that guy is more connected and feels that he can back up what he's saying. But to me, it's pretty dangerous for you just to paint someone with a broad brush and say that the league is racist. I just don't feel comfortable doing that. Like that's a supercharged kind of statement. And almost like it's like he's catering to a specific niche there to get Twitter followers. Like that Sean King guy, not the one that used to be with the Bucks, but there's a racial agitator that's always talking shit on Twitter and trying to stir things up like that. And that's almost Trumpian in the other way. You know, it's almost going too far left, I guess, just to say that everybody is racist because of this or that. Again, the system is flawed. It's not perfect. And I'm not saying that everything's okay, but I can't call everybody racist. I just don't feel comfortable doing that.
The factor says because a lot of hires in the NFL is about who you know, it makes sense that more Caucasian males are hired more often. That is called implicit bias. That's my thought on what
that's called white privilege, if you want to put it that way.
Well, yeah, but that's the case. The factor is absolutely right.
Real.
You want to bring in somebody that you feel comfortable handing over the reins of your multi-billion-dollar operation, and so you are traditionally these white owners from football teams feel more comfortable about with white people because that's who they've grown up with, that's who they've associated with. So I want my coach to be a white person. They may not be saying that outwardly, but it could be that it's an implicit bias that they have this kind of without conscious knowledge that's how they are. They react, and so that's why I think that Mike Silver is correct. That's how racism works, you know, where you don't extend your thinking into thinking, you know, let's bring in somebody of color. There's plenty of qualified people. You know, when I posted this on Twitter today, I had a lot of people attacking me. Oh, it should be the most qualified person. You're telling me in a league that over the last few decades, we've had 80% African Americans playing the game, that there aren't qualified people now to be the head coach? That it's only out of the 20% who are white, that they're the only ones that are qualified to be coaches? That's bullshit. And Mike Silver just laid it out. There are people being interviewed for jobs that have never had any coaching experience. There are people being hired. Brandon Staley was the linebackers coach for the Chicago Bears in 2018, became a defensive coordinator 2 years ago. Maybe he's totally qualified. But why isn't Eric Bieniemy a head coach in the NFL? Why?
Well, right now, at this exact moment, he's preparing for the Super Bowl. So I'm just saying, maybe playing devil's advocate, maybe if they lose the game to Cleveland, that's kind of like Matt Nagy, who happens to be white. So I'm just saying, when they lost to the Titans, the next day, seemingly the Bears were on him and like 2 days later hired him. So maybe if Kansas City would have lost sooner, maybe Bieniemy would already be hired by somebody. I don't know that. All I'm saying to you is everything you're saying in theory is correct about Doug Williams was getting watermelons putting on his lawn when he lost the NFC Championship game with him, which is just tragic and sad and everything else. When I don't even want to repeat the story, but we're talking about 40 years ago, this happened right here in America. So yeah, I could see the league being, like you said, even if you're not consciously biased or racist, that you could still be inadvertently. All I was saying is I don't have the facts in front of me to say that I know person A, B, or C is racist, is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
maybe the Mike Silver guy does. I don't know. It's just not fair to Josh McCown to suggest that Houston somehow shouldn't have looked at him because he's white.
For the head coaching position?
I maybe McCown has got some, again, I don't know. I'm just saying there's a reason that the guy looked at him. I'm not in the mind of the Texans owner. That's all I'm saying. It's not, I feel like we're jumping to a conclusion if we're immediately suggesting that it's because he doesn't want to hire a minority candidate. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. Maybe he knows somebody that knows somebody that knows Josh McCown. I can't explain it. But I also don't want to take the leap and hit him with a broad brush and say, well, it's because he's prejudiced. That's all I'm saying. Maybe he is. It's definitely possible that the guy could be a horrible racist, but I don't want to say that without any documentation or proof. That's all I'm saying.
Bellissimo says it's a similar trope bias that white kids get to the NFL because they're smarter and they're lesser athletes by nature. It's bullshit. It's as much a product of systemic disadvantages to he writes Bane, but I think it's to blame. So I understand what you're saying, and I don't like throwing around that term, racism, systemic. Those are big allegations, huge allegations, but this league has a history of turning its back on people of color when it comes to positions of authority, head coach positions, general manager positions as president of football operations, minority ownership, and so forth. It is a huge issue. And so when Mike Silver, who is a longtime respected reporter, and he's actually really good friends with Aaron Rodgers, so maybe he is full of shit. No, I'm just kidding. But I just feel like there's something there. And at the very least, we should have a conversation about it. And for all of those people who called me a clown or called me morons and so forth.
I'm not calling you a clown.
No, I know you're not. I'm just
Silver.
I'm just sensitive.
I'm just saying I'm not qualified to advocate his position. I'm not informed, is all I'm saying. I don't have the facts in front of me.
I appreciate that.
That's all I'm saying. He could be 100% right, and the truth of the matter is I could listen to that and nod my head and certainly not think he's full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't feel myself that I could say that. Like, I could say Nagy's a narcissist based upon what he says at press conferences. That's how I could deduce that or make that determination. But I've never heard the owner of the Texans speak. So I don't feel comfortable calling him a racist. I've never paid attention to what he does out there. I don't even know who the owner of the Texans is. I have no clue. I don't care because I'm not a Texans fan.
I think he's a white guy.
Well, I'm sure he is, but I don't know who he is what I'm saying. I have no clue. So I don't want to jump to and say, and he could be very well a racist. I just don't feel like I know enough to make that determination at this point. And that's not a cop-out. I just don't know. That'd be like if I'm a juror, it would be like the first impeachment trial we had a year ago when they said, well, you know what? We're not bringing in any witnesses because the Republicans control the Senate. So nobody that knows anything is allowed to speak. Well, if I'm a sitting Republican or Democrat, maybe I vote a certain way because I wasn't allowed to hear the fucking participants. So in this case, if I can't hear the Texans guy defend himself or explain Josh McCown coming out there, then I can't really attack him until, there's some more. I need to see more of the story is all I'm saying.
I hear you. Well,
okay. Well, I don't want you to think underneath this, I'm like got a Klan hood on or something,
Nobody was thinking that, Mr. Dan Aguirre.
Okay, well, good.
Your neighbors do, but I'm just kidding.
Nah, my neighbors don't even know that.
Kidding.
Like I said, I don't put anything out like Biden, Bernie, any of those kind of stuff because I don't want them to fuck up my house and shit. For real, man. That's how I try to be a discreet Democrat here.
You better
Especially because I'm on FM radio. I don't want people just to say, fuck that guy. I hate his show because he's a goddamn liberal. They might think I'm a liberal. They have no proof of it because I don't connect my social media to my show page or anything like that.
Don't let them get a whiff of you, man, because they'll smell it on you.
Well, I don't talk about it. I talk music. I'll talk sports. I talk TV, things like that. And I don't use my real last name on there anyway. So that's what I'm saying. I don't give them – I just don't talk politics on there.
Christopher Gonzalez is in the chat room, and he's saying, I enjoyed the Black Experience tweet today by Peanut Tillman. I didn't see that. What do you know anything about that?
I don't. I slept really late, and then I came here, and I've been working and then talking to you.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of tweets saying, thank you, Peanut Tillman. I love Peanut Tillman and so forth, but I didn't know what it was about, so I'll look for that. And
isn't he with the FBI now?
I thought he was like training for the FBI. I'm not sure he's an official member of the FBI, but if he is, then, I'd love to see him attend, the next insurrection and peanut punch a bunch of people in the face.
Oh, God. The peanut punch for real. This went to the fucking face.
All right, we're over 4 hours. Let's say goodbye. Dan and I will be back here next Monday night. Maybe we'll have a special guest.
With Cade McDowell.
Yeah, we had actually talked about maybe Bellissimo can join us for a kind of a report on the Senior Bowl game, which is on this Saturday on the NFL Network. We love to promote the Senior Bowl game because the organizers of the game have been so nice to Bears Barroom, the Barroom Network. So watch that game Saturday. Help out the ratings, NFL Network. We'll be reporting on the Senior Bowl throughout the week with reports Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then on Sunday we've got a special recap. But maybe Bellissimo can join us next Monday night. Well, maybe in our second or third hour, he's waking up then, and he can provide a report on what he saw in the Senior Bowl. That would be awesome. So that's an invitation.
That would be cool to talk to George for sure.
Yeah.
Real quick before we go.
Sure.
Last thing I thought of. So what happened with JJ Stankovic again? They just didn't pick up his contract. What happened?
Well, what we've learned is that the entire NBC Sports channel is being dissolved. The programming is moving over to the USA Network. And so the NBC Sports channel is going away very, very soon. And so they started to tear down parts of it last week. The NBC Sports Chicago sub-network, for lack of a better way of putting it, let go of JJ Stankovic, Cam Ellis, who were their Bears Beats reporter. Now they still have some people on, so I'm not quite sure what their status is. And
so there won't be a channel next season for their post-game show with Cap then?
I don't think so. If I've read the report from Robert Feeder, who writes about Chicago media here in town, if I read that correctly, I think that the entire NBC channel, maybe it's just a nationwide network where, the whole Dan Patrick show was on, and they would have now the Mike Florio show with Chris Sims. Maybe it's just that and not the more local like NBC Sports Chicago. Maybe they're still going to stick around. I'm not sure. I'll get some more details. But I reached out to, let's see, Bellissimo says NBC Sports Chicago. Yeah, it's going because it's part of Peacock. So
do you just see, not to change the story real quick, Peacock, this is a pretty big deal. If anybody's a wrestling fan, of course, I'm not anymore because it's fucking terrible, but the WWE network is going to be a part of Peacock, and it was like a multi-billion-dollar deal.
Oh, I didn't know that. Did not know.
My first question was that because the amount of traffic that they would have on their site for, say, like a WrestleMania, their biggest pay-per-view of the year, do they have the bandwidth to support that type of traffic all at one time on their platform? We'll see. I mean, I don't know. Like, it felt like that was a bad move. But yeah, it's interesting that you brought up Peacock. That's what WWE's going to.
Wow. Did not know that. Christopher Gonzalez clears it up for us. He says the NBC national network is gone, not the locals. So, but clearly what that meant though for the locals is that there was some tightening of the belts then. So that's why JJ and Cam and some other people are good. The guy who covers the Blackhawks for NBC Sports Chicago is gone too. So some good people are gone, and that's a shame. And I reached out to JJ, and so hopefully we'll keep in touch with him, and wherever he goes, we will definitely let people know because he's an incredible talent, and we like Cam a lot too. I had him on a show with Zach Pearson at the beginning of the season and really enjoyed him, and I've listened to the Under the Center podcast with him and JJ. He's a good guy. So we'll keep tabs of where they go.
Well, last one, whatever happened to Pat Boyle? I was always a big fan of him. Like I told you, doing that show back in the day when it was Comcast Sports Chicago.
Right.
And he used to be on Cap and Company on the radio, and he was at the Black Hawk beat for a while on Comcast Sports Chicago. Where does he work now? Is he in town still?
Yeah, he's a part of the NBC Sports Chicago and does the pre and post game of the Blackhawks games. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I remember he worked at ESPN back in the day.
Yeah.
Or at least ESPN News, maybe.
Talented guy.
That's a guy I'd like to talk to. I was a fan of Pat Boyles.
All right. Well, I'll give him a call. We'll try to have him on. Send me a list of who you want to talk to, because I want to be in the room when you're talking to them. You did a great job with Jeff Pearlman today, and if those of you people who are just joining us live, we got new people coming in joining us live. Listen to the first half of the show. Dan does a great interview with Jeff Pearlman. It was fun, and I think you guys will like it.
Last one that I'd love if there was any way to speak to somebody that was on those teams that we were talking about earlier, 85, 6, 7, 8, somewhere through there that would give us some time. That would be a great interview. Somebody like no one talks to Wilbur Marshall, It would be great to have Wilbur on. I mean, he's not going to come on, but I'm just saying, like, somebody like that. Is there anybody that you could get in contact? Like, I know a guy that knows Dennis McKinnon.
I worked with Dennis McKinnon on two assignments. When I worked at WBBM TV here in Chicago, we would do this stupid thing every year where we would go down to Disney World and stay there for a week, and we would bring with us 2 athletes and a TV viewer, and we would participate in these silly games called the Goofy Games and raise money for charity. And for 2 years, the 2 people I went with was Dennis McKinnon and Dave Durison. And I spent the entire week with those guys. 1 year I went with Donnell Wolford. My Donnell Wolford story, I think I shared with you once, that he brought this gorgeous girl for the first 4 days we were down there. All expenses are paid. So this was, a dream trip for these players, because they didn't have to pay for anything, lodging, drinks, food, nothing. They just had to give 2 or 3 hours a day to participate in these stupid games. So anyway, Donnell Wolford is there with this gorgeous woman. And we all thought, that was his fiance or girlfriend or something like that. And then on Thursday, the day before the event was over, he comes over and says, "Hey, she left, and my wife is coming in the next plane from Chicago."
Oh my God.
This is Donnell Wolford. So I don't think, after sharing that story, I don't think Donnell Wolford would be joining us here on Bare Your Soul.
Mark Carrier would be one then from the
Mark
Bears.
Carrier would be great. Would be.
I've got it. The best one, given all the circumstances of his life, Eric Kramer.
Oh, yes.
If there's any way to get Eric Kramer, because I think, not to make myself sound important, but the guy, I think if he knew that people cared about him and, revered him when he was a player, like, I don't think he knows that, and like, you listen to him talk, the guy's so depressed, even though, like, he's obviously moved on and tried to come back from his suicide attempt. And they had all those false charges against him if you believe his side of the story, and I do, I would love to talk with that stuff with Eric Kramer. That'd be an honor.
I would love to have Eric Kramer on. I was a big fan of him when he was a member of the Bears. I thought he was unfairly blamed by some Chicago sportscasters, radiocasters. You remember that game where he was lifted, and when he was on the sideline, he was smiling?
You brought this up to me before, and then they were saying, "Oh, look at him in a blowout."
Yeah.
And he's smiling. And then I remember Eric Kramer was asked about that recently, and he said on that interview he did with, I guess it was with Dan Bernstein.
Yes.
And he said, like, I don't have any clue what I was talking about at that moment in time. He's like, you're in the middle of a 3-hour game, and an image is taken of you from whatever that moment in time. He's like, I have no way of knowing from when that was from. He's like, I'm certainly not on the sidelines not caring. He's like, maybe somebody said something funny. He's like, I don't know what was being talked about at that moment.
Yeah, it could have been, I can't believe they fucking lifted you. And he's like laughing it off, and I can't fucking believe it either.
Yeah,
could have been
Rick
that.
Meyer. Fuck Rick Meyer.
Yeah. So I won't mention any names, but the sportscasters that did that to Eric, I thought were being unfair. All right, let's get out of here. I Take care.
Be well,
one,
and it was a good show, and I hope everybody liked it.
I hope so too. I had a blast, and again, we'll be here next Monday and throughout the week, Senior Bowl coverage. So stick with us. Go to @Bears Barroom on Twitter or our Facebook page. We'll list our schedule of upcoming events. And thank you again for listening. Talk to you guys later. Bye.